I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and establish a quorum?
Yes. Good morning, Supervisors. Frost?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Natoli?
Here.
Peters?
Here.
Cerna?
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you.
This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast Consolidated Communications and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, November 6th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. This meeting is also broadcast live on KUBU Radio on 96.5 FM. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch.
Great, thank you. If you'd please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, again, I'd like to welcome everyone to today's board meeting, everyone that's watching remotely, and to our staff that are joined us here in chambers. I do have a announcement to read. In compliance with directives of the county, state, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, this meeting is live streamed and closed to the public. Temporary procedures are subject to change pursuant to guidelines related to social distancing and minimizing person-to-person contact. Of course, we welcome the public making verbal comments today. You can do so by dialing area code 916-875-2500 and follow the prompts to be placed in queue for a specific agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please refer to the agenda and or watch the meeting to follow along to determine when is the best time to call to be placed in queue to make your public comment. You may be on hold for up to an extended period of time, and your patience is appreciated. When I open public comments for a specific agenda item or off-agenda matter, clerk staff will begin transferring you into the meeting. Each agenda item queue will remain open until the public comment period is closed for that specific item. Of course, we also welcome written comments from the public. You can send written comments by email, and you can send that to boardclerk@saccounty.net, and that's Sac County, SACCOUNTY. Your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. Again, we would like to thank you for your patience. And just a final note for those that are that will be calling in, if you could please note to turn down the audio of the meeting that's being streamed in the background. That way we can avoid any feedback problems. Okay. With that, our first item, please.
Okay, you have your consent items 1 through 41, and I do not have any notes for you this morning.
Okay, I know that there's a great deal of interest in item 3, and I believe we have some public speakers in item 3. Is that correct?
Let me see. Give me 1 minute to see. Yeah, I do think we have at least one.
Okay. Well, it's an airport-related matter, so I'd like to pull that for separate consideration. I know there are others on the board that are also interested in doing the same.
Okay.
So I will start from my left to my right and start with Supervisor Natoli. Anything to pull for separate consideration or vote?
No, Mr. Chair, thank you. Just item 3.
Okay. Supervisor Frost?
Just item 3, Mr. Chair.
Okay, very good. Supervisor Peters?
Number 37.
Number 37.
Okay.
Why don't we do that one first?
Okay, let me get to it. Item 37 is the resolution appointing Jay Schneider, Barbara Washburn, and Lindsey Leibig as directors to the Slew House Resource Conservation District.
Thank you. I would like to know, I don't think there's anyone from, I'm not sure who appoints these people, but I would like to know how many other water-related boards any of these individuals are on. I feel that we shouldn't concentrate power in the water area in a small number of people. So I'd like to know more about that.
We do, Supervisor Peters, we do not have that information, but we can bring it back in 2 weeks' time then, if
That
it's
would
not
be fine
time
with me.
sensitive.
I'm agreeable to that.
That's fine. There's a process for resource
The
conservation.
sound isn't up. They need
Okay.
to turn the sound up, so it's really hard.
Yeah. The only question I have is that for resource conservation districts, irrespective of who's being considered, there is a process where they go through the Board of Supervisors to basically confirm the appointments. They've already done their screening, but as long as we're not going to miss any lines there, I guess I'm fine with it. I don't know, June, I guess I'd turn to council. Are we okay within the time frame relative to?
Yes, I believe you can continue the
Okay,
item.
I'm fine with it. Okay.
Okay, to the 17th?
Yes, 11/17.
Okay, very good.
If you would add to that, if we have a policy about that too, I'd like to know.
Got it.
Do we need a formal motion to continue?
Yes.
Would you like to make the motion?
Move to continue to November 17th.
Second. Please vote.
Can I go ahead and take a roll call vote since Supervisor? Yeah.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, Supervisor Frost?
Aye.
Kennedy?
Aye.
Natoli?
Aye.
Peters?
Aye.
Cerna?
Aye.
And that's a unanimous vote.
Great, thank you. Item 3?
Okay, so for item 3, this is to delegate authority to the Director of Airports to approve retroactive amendments to agreements with airport tenants through December 31, 2021, as a result of the continuing travel impacts from the novel coronavirus pandemic.
Great, thank you. I know that, I was contacted by Sacramento Jet Center representatives, as I believe perhaps others on this board have been as well, and they may be the ones that are on the line waiting to address the board on this matter. But I would like to understand, first of all, the time sensitivity to this. I know our airports director is here. The grievance that has been expressed to me from Sacramento Jet Center has to do with certainly the pressure that they've been under as a tenant on our airport property, given the pandemic, and take very seriously the fact that their business has gone down, their activity has gone down significantly, as many others have as well at the airport. But I would like to understand that, first of all, the time sensitivity. I'd like to hear from the speaker or speakers that are in queue, and then I'm sure that other board members might have some questions. But I think the best thing to do is maybe have the airport director answer that first question, and then we'll hear from the public.
Thank you, Supervisor. In terms of the time sensitivity, thank you. I'm short. Thank you. The time sensitivity is with regard to the length of the duration of the authority. Is that what you're asking about, or
No,
why
in
we
terms
want
of the
to?
action that we're expected to take.
Yes. So we would like to be able to provide relief to tenants for the period July 1st through, if we can, through next December. The initial phase of relief that we were able to give was for April through June. And one other thing we'd like to do is there is some space, concession space, that's not being used. It's not been abandoned, but we would like to be able to take back space and put it to use if possible.
When you and I spoke during our briefing, Cindy, you mentioned that there was discrepancy in the resolution language.
Yes.
Has that been rectified? And those that would be affected at the airport, do they understand that change yet?
Thank you for that question. Yes, we recognized in rereading the resolution that it wasn't clear that this relief going forward is intended to be for all tenants. It doesn't mean we can waive all of their rents, but we would be able to offer what we can financially and be financially sustainable. But SacJet in particular, I think probably assumed, based on reading the item, that it was limited to terminal concessionaires and rental cars. So the clarification we made to the resolution was that it applies to all tenants, including concessionaires and rental car concessionaires. So that was the clarification we wanted to make.
So the discrepancy would be that perhaps they didn't feel it applied to them, but it
Yes.
really does apply to them.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Supervisor Tully?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Cindy, a couple of questions. In the staff report, nowhere is it mentioned that we received $49 million and some change in CARES Act money. It reflects that in the financial analysis on page 4, that the relief that's being considered here, phase 1, I guess, is this $8.7 million, and $4.2 million would come from CARES Act funds. I guess first part of my question is there a time limit on use of those monies as there were on other CARES money, or airports given additional flexibility to go beyond the December 31st date?
Happily, airports were given 4 years, so we have through 2024 to spend the money. I would like to point out that if you read the legislation, you'll see that the CARES Act for airports requires that the money be used only for airport operating expenses and debt. We cannot, it specifically says in FAA frequently asked questions, they clarify that we explicitly cannot use CARES Act money to supplant lost revenue.
Okay, well then help me understand.
Sure.
Then maybe the second part of the question is that if you're going to use $4.2 million from CARES Act funds to offset, I guess this is debt coverage requirements, but if you're not getting rent from folks, you're not going to be able to make your payments. So I guess, and we really haven't had a very thorough explanation of this. I mean, we got into this obviously with some of the other CARES Act money as it relates to health funding, but so recognizing the limitations you just pointed out, how is it that you're going to provide this relief? If you cannot use it for those purposes, you're using estimated percentage rents and I guess paying obligations, which I guess is basically coming in behind lost revenue. So
let me give you a profile of the CARES Act money. So we received $49.9 million, which sounds like a lot. It actually, at the time, would have covered only 3 months of our expenses, including debt service. So what we did, my staff, Sylvia Ambrogio, and others, took that money to defease. It's like buying down your mortgage. So that was brilliant. We were the only airport I'm aware of that did that. By paying down your principal, you don't have interest on that amount either.
Did you didn't use a full $49 million for that? I think
We
you
used 34
million. Yeah,
35.4 million for that. 34.5. Sorry.
Yeah, that was my
4.5.
recollection. 34. Yeah.
Which means we have 15.4 left, and we. So what we're doing is we're using the CARES Act money to pay beyond the amount we used for the defeasance. We're using it to pay for operating expenses, which helps us meet our debt service coverage numbers. So it's not that we're using the money directly to pay tenants or to supplant that revenue, but what it does do is it helps us cover our expenses and therefore helps us meet our debt service requirements. The simple bond coverage requirement is our revenues must be greater than our expenses.
So the CARES Act says your revenues must be greater than your expenses? Is that what the CARES Act says?
Our bond indentures say that our revenues must be greater than our expenses.
Can't be equal to?
Equal to is fine, but yes.
So, okay, so again, help me understand then, how is it that again, you look at our airport system and whether it's concessionaires or associated rental facilities and or fixed-based operations, that if your tenants aren't able to make, and again, everybody got hit hard. I'm sure it was our airport, but everything associated with it, and whether you were out at Mesa or international executive, it was significant. Now, as you've pointed out in staff report, there's been some bounce back, but for that 6-month period, and even going forward with declines that have yet been, recovered as far as passenger services and employments, but also obviously all the activity goes with that. So how is it then, are you that with your explanation, then how do you then either abate or buy down rents, leases? What dollars are you using while you're covering debt obligations with the 49 million, or a good portion of that? How are you doing this? I mean, I saw what the explanation of the financial analysis, but that's not clear to me. Are those revenues that come in over and above, or what?
Yeah, so let me explain that. I hear
Okay.
two questions. One question I hear is the reduction in activity. I think it's important to know that for the period while GA activity was down 90%, general aviation activity
aviation.
was down 90%. For the period based on tower counts, FAA tower counts, for April through September, they've been down 24%. In contrast, our passenger numbers are down 75% for that same time frame. So it absolutely is not great and difficult for entities that are dealing with GA, but our overall business model and picture is way worse than that right now. That's thing one.
You're saying you said way worse than them?
Yes.
So you're saying the county's business model is way worse than our tenants and or other operators?
The airport's challenge is way greater, yes.
Okay.
Because so passengers, as you know, drive concession revenues, parking revenues, TNC revenues from Uber and Lyft, all of that. And those revenues are down commensurate with the drop in passengers. And those overwhelm, a lot of other revenue sources. So with regard to how do we cover costs, there are several answers to that. One is, first of all, I'm pleased that my staff did a ton to reduce our costs. Not only did we defease debt, which reduced our debt costs, we also did things like we closed the economy lot, so we have no shuttle buses to the economy lots right now. There are a bunch of other things like that we did to reduce costs. So reducing costs helps with that equation. The other thing that I would mention is, it's a little complicated, but I know you're aware of our airline agreement. So the airline agreement requires that the costs in the airfield are guaranteed to be covered by the airlines. So even if we have a drop, say we have a 50% drop in landings, that means the airlines that continue to land at the airport pay twice as much because they've agreed to cover our costs. So part of what reducing our costs did was it helped the airlines. So, but the remainder, the airlines are on the hook for that. For terminals, the airlines pay for their share, but we credit 40% of our non-airline revenues. So if we're reducing what non-airline tenants pay, that ends up hitting the airlines as well as us. So, but how are we going to make it work? It's because we've reduced our costs and we've reduced our costs and we're able to use CARES Act money to pay those costs.
So year over year.
And on a reimbursement basis. So they are not revenues per se. Yeah. They are unanticipated, but it's reimbursement of our costs.
So year over year, what's the reduction in costs? Roughly.
Sylvia?
Again, we're only,
our monthly costs right now are $13.1 million a month, but.
Hi. So basically, the $15.4 million that's remaining, the way that we'll work is with the revenues that we have left, or that we're getting in from all of the tenants. We're going to recover expenses to lower those expenses so that the revenues that we collect would be able to be lower.
So of the amount we reduced, how much did we reduce our expenses?
Oh, goodness. Okay, so it was like $104 million in capital expenses that we deferred and pushed off and or canceled some of those capital projects. It was roughly about $2 to $4 million in professional services that we had reduced and just basically said, we're no longer going to do this at this point. We can't afford it. We have frozen positions to the tune of about $500,000 last year and growing this year. It's over $1 million that we anticipate through the end of September.
And the defeasance, of course, saved $16 and $17 million.
Yes, so with the $34.5 million that we had applied last year and used the CARES Act, it reduced the debt service by about $17 million this year and $16 million next year. And with that, what that did is, as Cindy had alluded to, is it allowed the costs that we charge the airlines is based on whatever it is to run those facilities, and it reduced those costs and lowered the cost to the airlines. Airlines don't have pay mags, so they didn't get any rents waived. Theirs were also deferred along with everybody else. Everything that we have done has been applied consistently and fairly. The FAA requires us to do that through our grant assurances. We are waiving the mags because those are a calculated rent based on sales that were done a year ago. And obviously, those sales were very high compared to what they are today. So with the MAG, it's just the percentage of their sales that we're charging today.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the explanation, and I followed most of that. And again, I certainly, we took action earlier with the defeasance, and that was a good move. Again, no question about that. Your explanation, certainly reinforces that. I guess two things. One, I think it would be very helpful, just as both you and Cindy have responded here today, to have, a summary of this, and and it might even be an agenda item where we could ask more questions. I don't want to bog down this particular item with that, but I think having a clear understanding, one, that obviously the board action on defeasance, but I think some of the other things have been done because again, you're now asking for authority to go forward to December of a year from now, basically, it's 15 months out. And I think the other thing that would be important, maybe we can answer today, at least for this member to know. So we talk about deferring. That has a presumption or assumption that things are going to get better. And we all hope they will, and trust that they will over time. Mm-hmm. But in the event that they don't get better for some time, and people continue to, both airports, but certainly our tenants, concessionaires, and other operators, if you're just deferring and pushing off till July 1st of next year, you're asking for authority all the way to December 31st of next year. How does deferral in some cases really help folks? I mean, you're not paying it immediately, but in the end, you still got to pay it. But if you're not making the money and you lose a year and a half's worth of revenue, or it's decline in serious, to your point about revenues and expenditures, at some point in time, even if you've done belt tightening, whether you're private sector or public sector, you just can't go back. You're not going to be able to make that up anytime soon. So, yes, I guess how were we looking at that, Cindy?
Sure. So deferral, you're right. It's very different from just waiving or forgiving rents, right. But it helps with cash flow. So it does, as you say, assume that things will get better. We hope that will be the case. Unfortunately, what we're hearing from pundits is that aviation likely won't return to 19 levels till 2024. But those are forecasts. Yeah, forecasts right. Are going to be wrong. What we do have some hope on the horizon, and every week I'm on a couple hours of calls regarding whether we might get additional CARES Act money from Congress. It's anybody's guess as to whether that actually happens. That would help, and it could actually enable us to waive some of additional rents than we need to defer at this point.
One last question then. So have all the rents been deferred, or have there actually been abatements or waivers?
For the minimum annual guarantees, we've waived them. We have not waived, so percentage rents and per square foot rents have all been, if people are asking for relief, they're being deferred.
And what's the current deferral date too?
June of 2020.
June of 2020? Basically
through the end of the fiscal year, which is June of 2021. If we don't receive additional CARES Act, and if revenues do not come back, 2022 looks a little scary to the airport. That's why we're doing it in certain tranches, just to make sure we can afford it.
Okay, thanks.
Supervisor Frost.
I'm reminded of the interconnectivity of economics and public health. It's amazing. And I think Supervisor Natoli asked a lot of my questions, but I just wanted to ask what are your, I know you're limited by what you can do and with the CARES Act money and with federal regulations. But what are your intentions as far as, I know we're doing, are they going to, if you're deferring costs, are they going to then have time to catch up on those? And do you have the intentions of hopefully waiving as many of whatever you can, depending on what revenues you have that come in with the CARES Act money? Because I think right now, the challenge is what they could really use is a leg up. It's going to be, this is huge with what everyone's going through, as you know. So I'm speaking on behalf of the smaller, people who are left to bear the burden of this and don't have any other place to reach back to. Are your intentions to, what percentage will be waived versus deferred?
I don't have that percentage, but so to give you the bigger answer, we would like to waive as much as we can, but of course we have to make sure we're balancing all the things I discussed, the airlines, the non-airline tenants, and our own financial sustainability. But do you know what percent of what we're waiving is MAGs?
I don't know, but I do know that the MAGs total about $4 million a month, and I would assume I'm not going to assume, I can tell you right now that the percentage rents that we would be charging in place of it would be significantly less. I would say at least 0.25%.
I would like to point out, by the way, that SecJet does pay MAGs on their fuel, which would be waived. They are able to, they also pay us percentage rent, which is a percentage of sales. They also pay per square foot rent, which they can defer, as is the case for all our tenants.
And so just to make sure I understand this clearly, you basically did what the county did. You used you were pretty nimble. I want to congratulate you for your expertise in being able to move things around and maximize what you could get. It's commendable. And so you basically freed up money in your general fund to be able to help in other areas because the regulations were tight and that was the only way you could access resources to everyone. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, indeed. We're threading the needle among a bunch of things that drive how we operate, the governance. One is FAA laws. Second is the CARES Act. Third is our airline agreement. And fourth is our bond ordinances with our investors. So we have to balance all of those things and make sure we're threading the needle and meeting the requirements in all of those.
Will there be a possibility of, come June, if there's no further CARES Act money coming, of revisiting contracts to see how we can keep people going? I'm assuming that's got to be on people's minds.
You raise a really good point, and one thing I wanted to point out, in the board letter, you'll see we're talking about doing this in phases, and the reason is we'd like to regularly look at our outlook. And if it's better than we think, we'd like to offer more to our tenants. So that's why the initial phase, first phase that we've talked about, would be through December. We feel pretty clear on what we can do through then. If something else happens to help us, if our traffic bumps up a lot, or if we get CARES money, something, we might be able to do that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Great, thank you. Why don't you both just stay at the podium? Let's go ahead and hear from the folks on the phone.
Okay, please transfer the caller for item 3.
Supervisor Peters, I assume you didn't have any comments right
Correct.
now. And Supervisor Kennedy, I assume you didn't have any comment right now.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes. And also, if you could silence the meeting in the background if you have it running.
Okay, we've got that silence. Are you ready to start?
Yes, please.
Hello, Chair Cerna, Vice Chair Frost, Supervisors. Thank you for your continuing ongoing work in these challenging times. My name is Scott Powell. I'm the CEO of Superior Aviation, and I'm commenting on the resolution that you've just spent some time discussing. We watched that regarding relief proposed by the airport. We're certainly all in this together, and there's no reason to rehash how damaging COVID-19 has been to the aviation industry. Our company, SacJet, was down over 90% in revenue for the first 3 months of the crisis. We stopped paying rent until September when our business began to recover. MAGs are a very small portion of our obligations to the county. Joe Hansen, our president, contacted the airport for rent abatement in April, and Jennifer Simpkins responded in May that the airport was working on a proposal. We didn't hear anything further from the airport. Joe again contacted the airport in June. We didn't have any response. Joe again contacted the airport in September, and there was still no plan. And then finally, in October, the airport contacted us, and we were told that there would be no rent abatement, but rather a 3 months rent deferral until July of 2021. And while I appreciate the director's comments today, now even with the clarifications on the resolution, the plan that's put forward today, in light of the communication that we also have had with the airport directly, makes it clear that the airport has got no intention of rent abatement for SacJet. And SacJet was required as an essential service to remain open. Unlike many of the concessionaires that were just able to close their businesses altogether, our expenses did not stop. We had to be open for the Department of Defense. We had to be open for UPS. We had to staff no matter what. And I think that Supervisor Natoli's question wasn't answered. If there is no money, how can we pay for it? How does the airport expect us, with no revenue during those months, for them to demand continued rent from us? There's already an approved resolution, 2020-0226, that has already been approved, and that allows the airport to abate rents for up to 6 months. What the CARES Act says, or what it does not say, does not apply to that resolution. And we ask you to utilize that resolution to help our company and the nearly 100 employees that we represent here at 3 of the airports in Sacramento. And then finally, I would end with this. If the airport chooses to withhold that support, I would respectfully ask why. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And that concludes your public comments for item 3.
Great, thank you. Cindy, did you want to respond?
Sure. I absolutely recognize what Scott's saying. It is tough for all of us, and we all have to make ends meet. And we'll work. We're working with SacJet, and we, as you can imagine, we had a crush of tenants coming to us seeking relief. And yes, I know it did take time to get to everyone. It is retroactive, what we're offering. Their mags total about $39,000, so that is something that will be waived. I absolutely understand that the majority of what they pay us is percentage rents and per square foot rents. And, we have, all of our tenants are in this same boat. So what I would also say is, we, again, in the spirit of trying to help as much as we can, we'll work out payment plans, we'll do whatever we can, but we cannot default on our bonds.
Do you care to respond to the first part of Mr. Powell's comments about the lack of response from the airport?
I can address that.
That was mostly, I guess, my fault. Jennifer Simpkins was his direct contact, and with COVID happening, Jennifer had left, not because of COVID, Jennifer Simpkins had left the airport. There was just a flurry of emails going around, and I failed to miss that I was copied on a couple of those. For the most part, there was never any ill intent. It was all positive intent. We were treating everybody equally, and they were on our list. We did have their application, and it was on our list, and we were getting to them. We just hadn't gotten to them at that point, and so I apologize for the lack of response from the airport.
Can I just mention one thing? And just one thing Sylvia hasn't mentioned is when we are deferring, when we're granting any kind of tenant relief, it entails revising and amending their agreements, which involves our council. As you can imagine, that can take some time. So unfortunately, that's the reality.
And just to be clear, SACJET isn't the only amendment that we are still working on. Part of it has to do, all of these agreements are different. And so we have to go through and we have to read all of these agreements to make sure that the language that we're putting in there isn't conflicting with anything that's said in the agreement already. By the time it went through the review process, back and forth with the tenants, then it just took longer. It took quite a while to do that.
Okay. Before we get to Supervisor Natoli with some additional questions or comments from him, I would like a confirmation, and I'm going to look to the CEO for this one, that the same rules that governed the $181 million separate pot of CARES Act funding for the county, those same rules are the same rules that our airport director is speaking of in terms of, in terms of the inability to backfill lost revenue.
That's correct.
That is correct.
That is correct.
Okay.
The same rule that the airports got, same rule that overall county government got.
Okay, and that same rule is what cities across the country also had to abide by, correct?
Correct.
So here's what I'm trying to grapple with, is trying to understand the claim, the opening remark by Cindy was to make that clear, right? That you can't. These are the rules. You can't backfill lost revenue. Okay, fine. But yet there are other jurisdictions who went a completely different direction than the county did and what the airport is now doing in terms of the use of their CARES Act funding to assist private entities, whether they be private business. And so there must be a way legally that they were able to do that where it's not constant, it doesn't amount to backfilling lost revenue for the jurisdiction. It may help with lost revenue for the entity, but it's not lost revenue for the jurisdiction. So I'm trying to understand how that works, because it seems like other jurisdictions are making an assumption that's quite different than what both we, the county, and we, the airport system, are making.
So yeah, basically there are a whole slew of additional rules that we're required to comply with, and I believe that I have a understanding it's not as well informed about how we could spend the $181 million, but I understand that there was greater flexibility in that than we have in the Airport CARES Act part.
So I think the answer to that is jurisdictions are not allowed by the CARES Act to say we lost $10 and we're going to take it and plug $10.
Like sales tax.
Sales tax, property tax, anything that comes in. Mm-hmm. What Treasury does allow you to do is to offset expenditures for public health, public safety, airport's case for debt service. So if you can go through that exercise, whatever money you can yield out of that, then you can put that money back into county operations, airport operations. That's the distinction on that. Some jurisdictions are putting money out for businesses, and that is some clarification that we're getting from Treasury is if they're getting PPPs, how does that end up impacting that? What we're in negotiation with Congress is that if there's a new CARES Act money, we want a very specific clarification on the revenue piece. Because if we end up in the same spot that we're offsetting expenses, going through all those exercises to get there, can you just give us permission to offset revenues, which clears up the money?
I appreciate that. I understand that. But what I'm still confused about is if there is some question about direct relief that can be applied to SACJET's situation from the $49 million, and the argument is, no, we can't backfill lost revenue. I'm trying to figure out that argument. I don't understand that argument.
So, Supervisor, I think if this may help, hopefully, I've asked how Visit Sacramento was able to get some money.
Right.
And my understanding is that the non-airport CARES Act money could be used by entities for COVID-related costs. So an entity like the city could give someone like Visit Sacramento money for some of their COVID-related costs. The CARES Act for airports is limited to airport sponsors' costs.
Okay. But I also thought, in addition to Visit Sacramento, that there was actually some direct relief that the city of Sacramento used their allocation of CARES Act funding on for small business relief.
And sorry, I can't speak to that.
I mean, they are using that, and that's the conversation they're having with Treasury. The FAQs, when we put this in place in spring, early summer, was very specific. They were saying to use it for your own expenses, and that's what we used it for. And the Treasury regulations keep changing as they put another new one out on Monday, and there's more modifications they're making.
Okay. Supervisor Natoli?
Maybe just to piggyback a little bit on that. So, again, certainly giving credit to our folks on defeasing the bonds, but airports across the nation, around the world were impacted. But so, and concessionaires and tenants and so forth. So, again, Cindy, obviously with your experience and connection to others in the airport industry, did they assist their businesses in a way different than what we've done? Again, obviously we want to be within the parameters of the law, but I'm just trying to understand, because again, I think we didn't do that for businesses with the 181 million, and I mean, that's still an issue, but what about folks that are fixed? They're a part of us offering the service. We operate the airport, but without them, it's pretty stark. So I'm curious.
Okay, so other airports have responded in a wide variety of ways. Many have given some relief, some have not. Pittsburgh and St. Louis chose not to give any tenant relief, none. They believed that if someone had signed a contract with them, they should stand by their contract. There are other airports that did, certainly very similar to what we did, waived mags and have deferred percentage rents and per square foot rents. That's really the most common response that we've seen.
And did some, I guess, let me ask you the other piece of it, then, and did some, you said they waived rents, but did they give direct
no
dollars to tenants?
They could not, no airports are able to give money to a tenant.
Okay, but
Yeah,
but in some
not.
cases they have either waived or abated rents in a way that didn't just defer them. It basically they forgave them for whatever period of time.
It's a wide range of things, and if we could certainly report back on that if you're interested.
Well, I am, because I think to Scott's point, again, I didn't pull it out, but that was the authority that was given in the first resolution, was to actually abate.
Yes. So the thing that is necessary for us all to keep in mind is we had the authority to do it for 6 months. When our traffic was down 95% in April, it didn't look like we'd be able to. So our item came to the board in April when our activity was down 95%. And when doing the math, we thought the CARES Act money would only last us 3 months. So we felt, therefore, that we could give we could help our tenants for that 3-month period, but we did not feel at the time that we could do it for longer. Now, we've done the analysis because of the defeasance and other things, other cost cutting. We do believe that we're in a position to provide the same type of package of relief through the end of December.
Of next year.
So the one thing, and can I just point out that other airports each are doing their own analysis of what they can afford. Unfortunately, we're a high debt airport, as you know, because of the big build. Other airports are even in worse shape because they're right in the middle of doing big builds, like Salt Lake City right now. So some airports the ability to waive or not really depends on where they are in their capital cycle and just their financial picture.
You might also mention that other revenues are down too. I mean,
we can hear you.
Yeah, it's other revenues are down too. So, as I mentioned earlier, the fact that our passenger numbers are down 75%.
I know you're not getting parking. You're not getting the concession.
Yes,
I get it.
That. Yes.
So, do the bond covenants apply to all the airports in the airport system, or to international, where that was the greatest portion of the debt was taken on for the big bill?
Yes, our system is treated as one entity for bond purposes. And by the way, it's worth pointing out, you may not know this, but our general aviation airports lose about $3 million a year, which is cross-subsidized by international airport.
That's well known. I
Yes,
appreciate that you
sure.
reminded me, but I know that.
Everybody knows that.
Surprised
Sure.
totally when.
But it's a system. I want to make sure it's clear. This
Yes.
Sacramento Airport
It's a
system is
system.
not Sacramento International Airport
No.
and whatever else we have. It's
No.
an airport system. And Mather and Executive and Franklin are very key pieces. They serve different user groups, and with
Right.
largely general aviation and cargo.
Right.
But we've been through this a lot over the years, and so I want to be clear about that. You can tell me we lose the money and making it somewhere else, but that doesn't diminish the fact that it's a system.
Surprised to tell you on that point, when bonds were being issued, that was a clarification that we had to make, was big build is at international.
Yes.
But it's the whole system that, if you will, has the mortgage on it.
Yeah.
Okay, and,
So-
and that was my
Yeah, I
question. It was the
appreciate
answer,
that.
and I appreciate that.
Yes.
Now, that's what I wanted to know. And so basically, if you didn't have obligations at Mather or Executive, for example, Franklin obviously is very, minuscule in the overall indebtedness and improvements. But so basically, the mortgage covered everything when we took on the debt. So it applies, and that was my question.
Yes. So can I just mention that we have been working with tenants at the other airports for relief. In particular, we've got Executive Autopilots and JetX Aviation, in addition to SacJet, who are getting relief.
Well, Mr. Chair, I guess just would echo my previous request. I think again, this has been helpful. Certainly, it's been done at the podium, and appreciate Cindy and Sylvia being here to go through this. But I think having a report that we all can have as board members that available to folks, but whether it's folks that are interested intimately because they're a business partner or otherwise. I just think it's important to know because again, this has certainly answered some questions that I have, but I think it still leaves the question obviously that some of us oppose. So.
And may I offer?
Part of the conversation we have with Supervisor Cerna is that we are going to come back on a quarterly basis to let you know where things are, but we will start this report now and then come back in a quarter's time with where we are on this issue.
Yes. Pleased to do that.
In terms of the action that's being requested of us today, I, for one, especially given the fact that, and I appreciate the explanation and the fact that there was some blame accepted, given the fact that there were a number of months where there was, I guess, due to confusion, an inability or for SacJet Center to hear from the airport about the situation. I would like to, the reason I asked my first question about the time sensitivity is I'd like to actually bring this back, I'm thinking December 8th, and in the interim, have our airport director and her staff give some time to think through what additional assistance could be applied to the situation that SacJet Center in particular is facing. And I think I heard Cindy say that in principle that's something that they're happy to do. So again, if there's not something critical that's going to happen between now and December 8th relative to this expected action, that would be my motion, is to continue it till that time, and in the meantime have give some express direction to our airport director and her staff to sit down with SacJet representatives to find out and explore thoroughly what assistance could be applied to their condition.
Yes. Thank you.
That's a motion.
I'd second it.
Okay. There's a motion. Supervisor Frost?
Well, I just have a question relating to this recommendation before us. Do you need us to vote on this in order for you to issue assistance to people? I mean, or is this delaying support that you were hopefully
Yes.
going to be able to give for
Yes.
2 months?
Yes. The authority we have right now goes through end of September, so it will delay when we can further amend agreements, but we will make those retroactive.
Okay.
Okay. Supervisor Kennedy, any last comments?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. Okay, we have a motion, a second, and no further public speakers?
We actually have one more caller that just came in.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Please transfer the caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes. If you're listening to the meeting in the background, please put it on mute. Caller, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes. If you have the meeting running in the background, please mute it while you're talking.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead and start.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Asantawa. I'm with Mental Health First, and I would like to offer a suggestion that this new board that is going to create a non-police, non-sheriff mental health crisis response has an individual, separate governing board or oversight board that will help guide the direction of that program, and that board consists of peers, people that work in the field, and people that are not adjacent to or affiliated with the sheriff's department. This is not an outrageous ask. There have been other cities that have done exactly the same, like the STARS program in Dallas, and also like the Cahoots program in Oregon. So I'm asking that as we decide how we're going to spend these funds, who's going to decide how we spend these funds, that we literally and sincerely listen to the people that are going to be most impacted by this program. Thank you.
Thank you. I think obviously the caller, there was some confusion on the agenda item. That's for a later, I think that's for a later agenda.
43.
No further public
No
comment?
further comments on this item or for any other consent item at this time.
Okay, very good. All right. We have a motion and a second. Can you please call the roll?
Okay, Supervisor Frost? Kennedy?
Aye.
Natoli?
Aye.
Peters?
Aye.
Cerna?
Aye.
And the motion carries.
Great, thank you. Okay.
And then you still need to do
Balance of
Balance.
our balance of our consent. If there's no further question or comment on the balance of consent, I'd ask for a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Frost, and the chair will second.
Supervisor Frost? Kennedy?
Aye.
Natoli?
Aye.
Peters?
Aye.
Cerna?
Aye.
And that's a unanimous vote for the consent matters items 1 through 41, with the exception of item 3 and 37, where you took separate votes.
Great, thank you.
Okay. You do have one off-agenda caller.
Okay.
Okay, please transfer the off-agenda caller now. Thank you. Hi, caller. You have 3 minutes to make your comment. If you're listening to the meeting in the background, please silence your meeting and go ahead and start with your comments.
Good morning. My name is Kula Koenig, and I am calling, yes, it's an off-agenda item, but it's a very important item, and I'm calling to request that Nat Gill be fired. I'm going to use the comments that I made in a recent article of the Sacramento Observer, where I said that Nat Gill is a liability to the county of Sacramento. He has mismanaged funds. He has instilled a culture of fear and maltreatment of employees. He's created a system that is not transparent, where the community can't even meaningfully participate with their government, and simply the supervisors have allowed him to run amok. It took us beating down walls over and over for some supervisors to finally wake up, and I thank you for that. Let's hope that other supervisors, mainly I'm hoping Supervisor Natoli and Supervisor Peters, will step up, because we need for Nat Gill to go. His leadership is toxic and is detrimental to the residents of Sacramento County. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes your off-agenda comments.
Okay. All right, next item, please.
Item 42 is the report on COVID-19 response.
All right, the two doctors are on their way.
Good afternoon, Supervisors.
Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry. Just wanted to give a report on the financials of the health CARES money. The first page, which you should have gotten, is on the $23.4 million of the CARES request summary. We've now spent 16 of the $23 million completely, and $6 million of it is encumbered. Most of that is for STEM Express, which can't get paid for their professional services until they're delivered. So that's why that's left over. And then there's $1.3 million in approved funding that's remaining. On the $42 million, which is actually $45 million, $42 million now, actually it was $45 million. $4 million of it is spent, $21 million is encumbered, and about $16 million is unspent as of this time. So we made significant strides in the last month or so, month and a half, to spend the money. And the majority of the money, again, that's unspent on the $42 million is related to surge capacity staffing, because although we got 6 months of advanced dollars to to hire people and to do other things, we're only spending it in 3 months. So there's that money that's left over. Let me turn it over to Olivia for comments. And then I wanted to add something on enforcement.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Chair and Supervisors. So we did submit a summary of the update, and hopefully you do have it in front of you. So I won't go through it line by line, but just wanted to point out a few things with the vaccines. We have seen a very good response from the community, and so far we've vaccinated over 2,700 at our flu clinics. Yeah, this is for the flu.
Yeah, make that clear.
Sorry.
We've been surreptitiously giving out COVID vaccines.
Yeah, there'll be a long line this afternoon.
True. And this Saturday, we are going to have a drive-through flu vaccine clinic at the Sleep Train Arena, where we're hoping to be able to have over 2,000. And we do have that vaccine on hand. And of course, talking about the vaccine, I'm sure everyone's concerned about the COVID-19 vaccine. We get regular updates from the state and from the CDC. And we've been informed that probably the earliest that we will get an allocation will be in early December. And the state has been told that they might have some pre-placed vaccine, and they are going to select 5 sites that will be able to do that. The priority initially will be for healthcare providers and also for the most vulnerable population, which is those over 65, but it will be dependent on how much vaccine we get. So once we get more details, we will bring that information to you. And then, before I move on, I don't know if there are any questions on vaccines.
On flu vaccine.
Flu vaccine.
I know that I'll be getting my flu vaccine this Saturday at Sleep Train.
Great. Great.
I already got mine.
Awesome. Good.
I didn't have any question on vaccine. I did want to ask about testing, though, so I don't know if you want to come back to that and finish what you were saying.
Sure.
Yeah, okay.
The only other update I wanted to provide was on Wi-Fi in the park. We're working with DTEC, and we got quotes from 2 carriers. So our plan is to be able to do this in phases. So very appreciative for the support we're getting from DTEC. And hopefully with our next update, I will give you additional detail on that.
If I could, Mr. Chair. So when would you expect a rollout then? I know in my briefing yesterday I asked for a briefing that so I wouldn't have given too much detail here today, but and not every location is the same, and I'm sure there are but we do have partners. I think we've got 6 park districts, if I read this correctly, that have expressed interest with multiple sites.
Yes, since it's multiple sites, rollout does make sense, and our goal is to start with at least 2 or 3 parks.
Okay.
And of course, some of it will be dependent on what kind of hardware will be needed. So we will provide update on that, but we are working as quickly as we can on that.
So is it, without, getting too far out ahead of you on it, is it reasonable to expect that the rollout would occur, assuming that you've contacted 2 vendors, you got the, I guess, the estimates for what it takes, you've got potential locations, talking with the partners, again, I trust. Is it possible that by the time we're back here in 2 weeks, that we could actually have a list of, kind of the first sites to roll this out in? And I don't know how long it takes to, wire some of these locations up or activate Wi-Fi, however it's done. But I would, again, we're now getting into the part of your parks are used year round, but, schools have been in distance learning. Folks have been in, stay-at-home situations for months now, and it just, before we get into the depths of winter, I would be hopeful that we could have, some of these sites at least up. Recognize it may take some time to get them all activated, so.
I expect that next time we give an update, we'll be able to give you more detail in terms of which parks we are looking at and which ones we're going to start with, and hopefully a timeline on when at least the first ones will be done.
That'd be helpful, Dr. Kasseri. Okay.
Should we go on?
Go ahead.
Just wanted to bring up a couple more points. Per Supervisor Peters' question last time on elderly and long-term care facility folks, about 47% of the deaths are in long-term care facilities, and about 85% of the deaths are to 65 and older, which I think is the question that you asked.
Yes, it was. Thank you very much.
Okay. So we want to talk about enforcement and then a little bit about the cases. I think I'll bring up cases first.
Could I ask you a question, Dr. B, before we get into just
perhaps?
Perhaps, okay. All right, you tell me if you want to answer it or not. This goes to the testing, and obviously we've ramped that up, and you have done, I think, yeoman's work, you and respective staff working with our partners, and getting the number of tests per week done, and obviously getting results back as quickly as possible. I guess my question kind of goes to, as we get into the mid-fall and obviously approach winter, and we're already talking about obviously administering the annual flu vaccine. What about testing come January 1st and throughout the spring? I mean, we have the metrics that we are continuing to be guided by with the state, or more than guidance. Obviously, it's what we have to do in order to try to move from one tier to the next, and certainly provide the certification that we're doing what we need to do. But do we have funding? Are we fully funded all the way through? And I just say all the way through, however long the emergency lasts, or till June, whatever the cycle is. I guess, I need to have the assurance, I think, as I talk to people, that, that somehow we're not going to wind down, or we're going to, end testing, or kind of have it in any questionable mode, that, we're bringing these up, we're doing improvements to our own lab facilities, we have these contracts in place, some of them which, go through another month and a half, but, as rapidly as time passes, I guess I want to just, ask the both of you, could you give assurance that the funding? If not, then I'll turn to to the county executive. I want to be sure that those testing sites, 10 community sites, and what we're doing with the mobile team, again going to the specialized unique facilities, that you've got sufficient funding available to you and your departments to assure that those sites and the coverage we need to continue that without any gaps, going right through the first of the year into the spring, whatever we need to do.
Okay, a couple answers to that. One, the state has some money that they will be giving to us. We'll have the money that we can carry forward from the CARES Act money that's been appropriated for us. But we're actually relatively close to spending that by January 1st. I will be very blunt with you that there is not enough money anywhere in the country for doing testing, which is why the $2 trillion plan that's being debated in Congress right now and is supported by both the President and the House, although not by the Senate, I think it's unquestionable there's going to have to be a CARES 5 coming in the lame duck session or in the early after the inauguration. There's just no question there's going to have to be more funding for contact tracing, for testing, for vaccinations, et cetera. That's going to clearly have to come from the federal government.
Okay, but
do you want to?
And I appreciate the response. I mean, if Dr. Casari wants to respond, but I guess my point being that as a member of this board and certainly our community, that absent, the significant dollars that will be needed nationally, that we have ramped up, with testing, obviously contact tracing being part of that, and that if money isn't forthcoming by January 1st, and I don't, who knows with the Congress that, again, that's all going to be determined in the next few days as to what all that's going to look like. But what are we, do we have sufficient resources? And if not, then I think it comes back, I'll speak for myself, to me as a member of this board, then for the safety of this community and to provide the opportunity for us to make sure that we can, one, do the testing, but then if we're going to get out of this lockdown situation, we've got to continue to have the data. Otherwise, under the current sets of procedures, we'll be stuck. Right. And that's no good for anybody. And so if it means us making tough decisions until somebody else fills the gap, maybe with a whole lot of relief, that we've got money in place and the resources that your team, that you're, unabated, that there's the ability to do the testing, to do the lab work and provide those results to folks, particularly as we come into winter. So I guess I want to be sure that you folks have the resources. If not, again, I'll
talk about the state thing first.
Yes, so to be direct with your answer, beyond December, right now, we do not have the money on hand, but there are there's additional help that is coming from the state. They have a contract with the lab, and we are in discussions to find out how much of that we can get, but of course, that will be serving the entire state. So we're still working to find out how much of that we'll get. We also mentioned to you that there's new equipment that we're getting at our public health lab, right, so that we can increase from 5,000 to 9,000 per week. But again, even with that, we would still need to be able to have another lab that's available. And so we are developing a budget, and of course it will have to go through Dr. Bielenson in terms of making sure that we are covering all of the different expenses that we'll need. But definitely, as you mentioned, especially for being able to open the schools safely, being able to provide testing will be very important. And also for the people in the long-term care facilities, they're very appreciative of the assistance that they're able to get now and be able to get the testing quickly. So we do need to be able to continue that.
So let me boil it down then. We have 10 community testing sites, right? Is that right? We have
That's
10.
Correct, yes.
Plus we have our mobile team.
Correct.
Is there any question that we won't be able to maintain all 10 of those sites and the mobile team after January 1st?
No, so January, one of the things that we're going to be doing is flipping some of the money from CARES to general funds that'll allow us to carry it forward through June 30th.
Okay.
Now that's the existing money that's coming through. So that will not be enough to be able to cover everything. But let me be very clear. There is no way that any jurisdiction in the United States of America will be able to do the amount of testing that is necessary without a CARES enacted bill. There's going to have to be a CARES bill. Otherwise, there's absolutely no way that the country is going to be able to operate.
Okay. And I appreciate that, Dr. Beelens. But I guess I want to bring it back, Mr. Chair, to this board that, okay, we've got 3 more times that this board meets after today. And I know that we've had it made clear that, we're not going to lose any of that money. We'll, program in a way that it's available. But I guess beyond that, I, for one, want to know and to be assured that throughout the holiday season and going into next year, that we will sustain the testing sites, make sure that we have the requisite number of contact tracers so that we so there's no question about that this county is doing, what we can within our abilities, but that we sustain the effort because those community sites are important. They're important for community access. Obviously, then turning those results around. And if I understand, we really don't. The future is a little bit unclear here. But I for one don't want to see any gap. As long as we need to sustain those from the public health standpoint, so that one, we can work to get our schools open, keep them open. Reopen the community safely in a way that allows people to dine, to worship, to all the things that are part of normal life. And we're coming into the winter. I guess what I'm concerned about is that, and I'm sure you as good doctors are too, about how we come through the holidays with this and so forth. But that testing is key, and its availability and accessibility is key. And I can see no scenario. And if it's dollars, then we're going to need to dig deep here on this side of the dais to figure that out. But
well, what I can say is in terms of like the holidays, et cetera, through at least January, I would imagine, maybe early February, we have enough money that will be carried over to be able to spend on these sites. But going forward from that, there is not enough for any place in the country. Okay. And let me just did you want to continue? Sorry.
Well, no, that's fine. Go ahead. Keep responding. I'm going to conclude on your point, but keep going.
Okay, so the issue in terms of number of cases going forward and then enforcement. Number of cases going forward has gone up. We are starting to hit this issue, which has happened all over the Midwest, the upper Midwest, and the East Coast with the cold weather coming. Of increased cases. We have nowhere near the amount of increased cases that the cold weather states do, and they've dramatically increased to like 50% positivity rates. I mean, gigantic rates. Yeah, I looked it up. There are only a few counties, but there are some. But many of them with 5, 10, 15, 20% case positivity rates, which is way above the 5 that we want to be at. We are still in the orange in our test positivity rates at 2.7%, well into the orange. But due to long-term care facilities, although a few of them were false positives, and gatherings, we are seeing an increase in the number of cases. And Olivia and I have talked about this ad nauseum. There is clearly, it's one thing to have Halloween without, close contact. It's another thing entirely to have Thanksgiving and Christmas and all those types of holidays going on. So we're going to have campaigns to encourage people not to for this year alone, not to have gatherings, but that we are very concerned that the cases are going to go up. And therefore your testing points are well taken.
So if I could ask, I'll just conclude on this point for now, is that, just as you pointed out, so you feel there's sufficient resources if we have to, program some of the monies that will yet to be expended or encumbered by December 31st, that we can get through January, potentially February, with sustaining the current level of testing and turning those tests, the lab and all that goes.
Yes, although the good news, bad news is that we've actually been doing really well at spending the money on testing. Yeah. But we will have enough left over for that.
And that's the type of thing, and I guess, Nav, I just return to you, that when because you expected to come to this board either the 8th or the 15th of December with how you were going to reprogram that so that we can have those monies available. I think having a plan so that we can provide assurance to folks, because with this messaging, obviously, one, we're asking folks to, help us help them and everybody else, But I think that, we're going to do everything we can from a public health standpoint to, provide the accessibility, and then obviously with, rollout of, as vaccine becomes available. But I think these community testing sites
They're very important.
they're known to folks. They're very important, and our mobile.
And frankly,
integrated
they'll be the sites very likely that we flip over to become COVID vaccination sites because they're actually perfect for that.
Wow, and who's to say you're still not going to have to do testing? You may be doing
Yes.
juggling both of those, for some time. And one last suggestion I just want to offer. It would seem to me, to your point, that our mobile integrated health teams, that one, I would think that they could assist us for those that are highest risk in some of the facilities and so forth. As the vaccine becomes available, and then assuming it's can be dispensed in that way beyond your frontline workers, that they could help us since they're already going into these facilities doing the testing, and that's where we're seeing certainly a large number of the deaths occurring, as it relates to certainly this county anyway. So
Yes, that is being discussed.
okay. Again, the whole basis for my question, though, was to make sure there's sufficient resources to continue the testing, the tracing,
And
things we need to do.
we'll keep reporting on that specifically in the next couple of months.
Thanks.
The last thing I wanted to touch on is enforcement, which we've been trying to wait out for a period of time. But as we've gone longer and longer into the outbreak, there's just been a lackadaisical response by some folks. And as I think I've told you before, we get the 311 reports I get, and so does code enforcement, I guess. And it's becoming significantly more places have had multiple reports of non-compliance. So we're going to start looking at the ability to use code enforcement and EMD to fine people. And we'll bring that back to you, but I just want to give you a heads up that we're looking into that. We had been holding off on that for months, hoping to just focus on education and improvements in the ability of. But
Will that new enforcement or prospective enforcement tool require an ordinance change of any sort, or?
I believe it's an ordinance from you all.
Okay.
But it will come back. I just wanted to give you a heads up about
What's
that.
the timing on that? When would it come back before us?
Well, next meeting, we'll get back to you.
By the
next meeting.
17th?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it'll be ready for the ordinance to be voted on at that time, but we may be able to do that by then or early December.
And work has already started on it? Because it seems to me that's going to be a fairly complex exercise to come up with.
We've just talked to the county council.
Okay. I assume there's other jurisdictions that we could look to,
like
so we don't
next
have to
door,
reinvent the wheel.
YOLO does that.
Good, all right. Supervisor Frost?
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for your responses. I'm still looking at some of them. My questions or comments today arise from the conversation that we're having right now, and I think it started with the statistics relating to rest homes, and 85% are 65 and older. And I'm reminded constantly, not only in my district, but with letters and calls that I'm getting from businesses, of the interdependence, the economic interdependence on everything that we do on American life. And the fact that I know we have this pandemic, I respect the seriousness of it, but the reality is that we are in a position now, if you just look at our overall GDP in the United States is around 21 to 23 trillion. And that means it's around 2 trillion per month. And when you shut down businesses, you're losing productivity. And then when you're having to have government borrow money to distribute it with CARES Act and other special assistance because people can't pay their bills and they can't survive, what we're basically doing is we're shutting down productivity and we're borrowing against the future, and the overall loss can't be sustained. And on top of that, businesses that are out of business or have less, that lowered productivity means lowered federal taxes, state sales taxes, The overall impact of this pandemic is catastrophic. And so it goes without saying that it's important to think about getting people back to a normal life and to open as safely and quickly as we can to get people back to work. And I know we've had this conversation, and so this brings me to our metrics and the way we're looking at opening this and our conversation with the state. I'm hoping that you as doctors are remembering the impact. We can't just go after COVID and not be cognizant of the fact that there are other ways to die. There are other serious things happening around us, and that we can't keep going down this path forever. It's just we're not going to be able to keep it going financially. And so I know we've had this conversation around the zip codes. I believe you're working on another set of a heat map that will show us the cases by zip code. The last one we got, it was startling that there were some very specific hot spots, and they had to do with, rest homes or one small area of the county, and then the overall, there were a lot of areas of the county that had a very different outlook. And they're doing this in New York, they're doing this in other states where they're looking at the metrics in a different way rather than through political boundaries. They're trying to find ways to allow people to safely open as quickly as possible and manage it in that way. And if we could get the state to look at the data in that way, to input the data in that way, and to allow us to find a way to get some of this economic engine coming open again, I think it will go a long way, not only to the spiritual and mental, to the overall health of our communities. And so I'm asking you if you can, help me, if you can help us with this effort to get businesses opening more quickly. I want to ask you a question about the testing, because never before have we tested, have we put everything on the testing. When we had, all the past flus, we never based all of our metrics on the testing. And I guess my question around the testing is, it depends on how many people you test. If you test more people, you get more positives. But what about, one question is, once you have COVID, can you get it again, or do you develop an immunity to it? And do we know the answer to that question?
No, we don't know. There's some immunity that's gathered by people who had the disease and have recovered from it, probably somewhere around 70 or 80%. How long that immunity lasts and how effective it is questionable.
And
Okay.
just to add on to that, from what we know from studies that have been done, is that reinfection is very rare. And also, we do know that some people do remain positive for an extended period of time. So when someone is positive, we don't retest them, because that's part of the question.
Do you test them for antibodies, which would let you know if they've developed antibodies against the disease, the virus?
Not widespread.
No.
Pardon me?
Not widespread. There's not widespread antibody testing.
We don't have a reliable test that will be able to help us with that.
I'm told there are antibody tests, and I'm also told that early on we learned from London and from Italy and from other places in the world that this is a very virulent virus. It's very contagious. It spreads very easily, and it's quite possible that more people have had it who have been asymptomatic than we know. And it's possible that we're even nearing a sort of herd immunity of sorts. And so the question I have is, if we're using our metrics to, these metrics based on the testing, but we don't know about all the other people who have been exposed that have antibodies that were asymptomatic, wouldn't that stand to reason that that would impact the percentages?
The percent positivity is based on the number of tests that are done, and actually the percent positivity goes down with the more tests that you do, because you're actually testing a variety of people. Secondly, in terms of whether or not someone who has no symptoms may actually be positive, that's actually what we're now picking up at our community-based sites. We test everybody who comes in with and without symptoms, and that's how we picked up people. Third, there is not even close to herd immunity. Even if you figured that there are 10 times the number of people in Sacramento County that have gotten it asymptomatically versus symptomatically, it would be a minute, like 13% in terms of the community getting it. And you need to have herd immunity of 60 to 70% to be at the level. In answer to your question on the zip codes, I know that they've been doing that in New York, and Cuomo has done certain things differently than de Blasio. And we'd be happy to take a look at that. I just want to point out that during the pandemic in Sacramento County, it skipped around from place to place. And so Rancho, for example, was a heavy hit place initially, and now it's not. But had we looked at it at that time, it would have been heavier hit.
But if you were opening by zip code, you could open, and then if you have a hot spot, shut it,
Yes.
shut it down for a time and manage it, more
Yes, you could.
organically in a way that allows people
You could, but the zip codes,
get back to work.
and as is true in New York and everywhere, zip codes do merge with each other pretty quickly. But in Sacramento County, to shut down to open like a Folsom restaurants and not Sacramento City restaurants, I think is questionable, because it'll be spread into the Folsom restaurants relatively quickly because of the geographic
You don't think people from Sacramento County are going to El Dorado County for dinner?
Yes, I'm sure they are. But again, this is a difficult situation. What we have here is a 1-year period of time when we have a significant pandemic, and there are significantly more people dying of this disease than would otherwise be dying, in answer to your point from before.
Well, do we have statistics that show that?
Yes, absolutely. There are more people. There are more than 200
people by population.
Yeah, there are more than 220,000 excess deaths in the United States. There's actually about 300,000 excess deaths in the United States. And the other thing to point out, which I know we've talked about before, was the long hauler issue. That 10 to 30% of all people who get this disease, symptomatic or asymptomatic, end up with long haul issues like brain fog, like fatigue, like cardiac issues, like blood clot issues, respiratory issues, etc.
How do you know that? You know that for people that are asymptomatic?
Yes, they've done studies on this.
Can you forward those studies to us? I'd like to read those.
Sure. So even if they're 10% of their long haulers, of the 9 million people in the United States that have developed this disease, that's 900,000 of them with long-term consequences, plus the 225,000 people that have died. So we're talking about a much more significant pandemic than has occurred in any other time, except from the Spanish flu back in 1918. And the good thing is,
My understanding is this is pretty different than the Spanish flu, though, because Spanish flu was not, it impacted young and old alike, and this is pretty specifically.
No, actually, the Spanish flu affected younger people more likely than others, because they had not been exposed to the flu before, whereas seniors had been.
And this one is specifically the elderly.
Not specifically, but it more efficiently hurts the elderly. And let me just point out that this has been a year of horrific consequences on all aspects of American life. The good thing is that we have a vaccine coming probably in January. In January and February, we'll be getting these vaccine to those who are most in need of it, for nursing home patients and healthcare workers. Then there will be seniors and those with underlying conditions, and then by the summer and fall, there'll be everybody else. So the hope is that if we play this smart for the next few months, several months, that we'll be able to stop this in its tracks. And that's the benefit of doing this. The more that we spread information, the less likely it is that people will access the vaccine. It is not, I am not concerned with the logistics of getting the vaccine out. The public health staff do a superb job. We know how to do drive-throughs. We know how to do community-based sites. We just flip them over to do that. The problem is that around the country now, many polls are showing less than 50% of the people will be willing to get the vaccine, which is deadly, deadly.
So,
we need to have 70%.
Can we go back to the zip codes? Is the zip code data that you're providing us the entire county that you're
Yes.
working on right now?
But it's by residents, remember, right? It's by residents, which can affect where people work and where people go to eat their food, et cetera. So just to be aware of that.
Okay, it's cases by residents?
Yes.
Okay. And can we get that on a regular basis for a while so we can begin to wrap our heads around the movement of the incidents? And I know you were working on extra epidemiologists that can help us, and hopefully the state can help us with data input that will just create a report.
I think she's asking about the positivity, because we have the cases by zip code already. We're working on that. As I mentioned, because of the cleanup that has to be done, because a lot of the data, especially those that are negative, we don't get the zip code information, so it takes a while to clean up and be able to make it as accurate as possible.
Is there a way to work with the state to make sure the input is cleaner so that it's easier to spit out a report?
It's actually the providers that provide that information, and if it's missing, then we have additional staff that make those phone calls in order to be able to get that information.
So there's not a way, are you saying there's no way to have some kind of a system in place that would collect that data?
We have a system in place, but if the providers are not including that information when they submit the specimen, then we have to call them or fax them in order to get the missing information.
Are you asking them to provide it in the future? Okay, great. And then the other final thing that I wanted to say regarding your comment on fines, I'm hoping County Council will check as to the constitutional, if that's something that we can constitutionally do.
Right.
Or if it violates someone's constitutional rights.
Okay.
Thank you.
Supervisor Natoli?
Yeah, just a couple of follow-on questions. And you were talking about, some very hard-hit areas elsewhere in the nation. And I know I read an article as recently as yesterday, and you may well have seen it, but where in some states, in some communities, they are basically giving up on the contact tracing because it's so diffused, and they can no longer, trace it or track it in a way. It's just because it's exploded in some of those communities. I guess I just would appreciate kind of your view on that. I mean, obviously we're doing that here. We're just getting, ramped up and fully staffed with our contact tracing, and you gave us some of the numbers here. But, I assume you continuously evaluate that, and maybe just any other comments, because you kind of referenced what was happening elsewhere, and
yeah, it parallels what happened to us about 3 or 4 months ago when we were hitting 300 plus cases a day, where we couldn't handle it with contact tracing. We now can, and Olivia's staff does that.
Yeah, and actually we have two ways of doing it now. We have a new software that we launched recently.
Paid for by the CARES.
Oh, I saw that,
Yeah, that will be able to contact individuals and get that information. We also have a team of about 100 right now that are also able to able to follow up with phone calls and make sure that we're able to get to every single person who is reported to us as positive.
Okay. Along the same lines, and it kind of goes to staffing. Obviously, we have contracts with our nonprofit providers and some of our community partners, but as part of our action in August, we authorized certainly additional positions, in areas. I know you've talked to it a couple of different times about trying to fill epidemiologist positions and other public health nurses and so forth. Along with that, though, so I would like to kind of status, but also I think there was some authorization for overtime for folks who are working, nonstop, weekends and so forth. And I want to be sure that I would assume some of that may be exhausted, along with the people who are doing it and working both behind the scenes but also in the field. So I guess what I'd like to know is that, do you need to have additional authorization for those activities from the standpoint of your staff support again, and if so, I'm asking it directly because I want to know that you have sufficient capacity for people that are working extraordinarily difficult shifts and circumstances.
Thank you. So the question about staffing, hiring additional staff, we've done well with that. There are only 2 areas where we haven't been very successful. One is with epidemiologists, and that's because we are competing with everyone else in California for those positions or those individuals. And the other also is with IT assistants, but we are working with DTEC, and they are still continuing to provide us with the support. As far as overtime, the line staff we're able to cover their overtime, but for salaried staff, that has not been resolved.
Okay, so that's still yet to be resolved. Do we know where we're at? I'll look to you, Nav, in resolving that. Some of that goes all the way back to early in this undertaking, but
I don't have an update, but I'll work with Dr. Bielenson, Dr. Cassiria, and David Devine.
Okay, because again, I'll just say it. People are working under extraordinarily difficult circumstances. The 2 of you, obviously, there's little respite, and again, I think you show good leadership. By the way, certainly not just your work ethic, but obviously your expertise. But I am worried that for folks, we're still in emergency orders, we're still in a pandemic, and that it's one thing to be able to work the hours, but also then how long can people sustain that? But secondly, how we compensate people for that. So particularly in light that we're 6 months in on this or longer, and I think it's an important aspect. And maybe this board needs to take it up at some juncture, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Passeri, when you and I had our briefing yesterday, that's when I think I brought up the fact that it's my opinion that Thanksgiving of all the holidays is probably going to be the most difficult one to impress upon people the need to really respect the social distancing amongst extended family members, especially for those in the high-risk categories. We're putting the finishing touches, I understand, on a mini campaign of sorts to educate people around that. Is that something that is going to be ready within a week's time, a few days? Is that something that our offices, if we choose to, can help get out and push via our social media outlets and our websites and whatnot?
Yes, we are working with our PIOs, and I'll ask them to give an update on the timeline. It should be pretty soon. I think within 1 week, at least we'll have some of the messages. We were waiting for Halloween to be over before we then transition to talking about Thanksgiving. But as you pointed out, it's a very difficult one because it's people gathering to eat indoors, and sometimes people travel from different areas in order to do that. And that's just a formula for a lot of transmission, especially for those that are vulnerable, the older people, as well as those with chronic conditions. So trying to get the message through that let's make this different, it's going to be difficult because basically what we're asking them to do is to have virtual Thanksgiving, which some people have been able to do, but it is different. And I think just continuing to give that message. It's 1 year. We want you to be around for subsequent years, so please make the sacrifice this time.
Is the expertise on the subject of the virus across the country suggesting that there may be a very specific spike that we should just expect that comes immediately following Thanksgiving?
It's not expert, it's just that it's the common sense that since it's transmitted tremendously more often inside closed, inside buildings and in a living room, that you make when you put extra tables at, and you invite your folks from Sacramento and Las Vegas and Arizona, et cetera, that you're going to have people that are gathering indoors that are going to spread the disease. It's almost, inherent.
Okay. Question about Sleep Train. My understanding is that when that was first retrofitted back in the late spring to serve as a auxiliary ICU hospital of sorts, that once we kind of got through that first wave, that it was, they could have kind of stood down, but is it still something that can be reinitiated fairly quickly to complement our ICU beds, especially in our hospital systems?
Yes. Yes, it is. But I should point out that although we've had an increase in cases, our hospital and ICU rates are actually quite good. They're 85 and 21 right now. 85 hospitalized, 21 of them in the ICU, which is down 2/3 from where it was 3 or 4 months ago. So I'm hopeful that it won't be the hospitalizations that we need, but there'll be people getting sick from it.
Is some of that attributable, doctor, to developing therapeutics that kind of
No, because they'd at least be hospitalized, if not in the ICU.
Okay.
They'd at least be hospitalized, and to get although, as you probably know, remdesivir is questionable now. Dexamethasone does work. They also turn people over and give.
So it's a protocol as much as
right. So that's actually, but that's still hospitalization.
Yeah, but the protocol is, they have better protocols and better ways of treating now. So I think that does help, but definitely hospitalizations is one of the indicators that we're tracking both locally and also at the state level. And yes, if there is a large increase, the state would be able to revisit that and make that available.
Okay, very good. Okay, Supervisor Kennedy, do you have any questions for the doctors before we go to public comment?
No, other than just more of a comment, just to thank both Dr. Kassirer and Dr. Bielenson and all of the public health staff. I know you're under tremendous pressure to go in one direction, and I appreciate the fact that you continue to put public health and safety above all else. And so just a word of gratitude, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We have a number of callers.
We have about 8.
8 callers, okay. Mm-hmm. Thank you, doctors.
Please go ahead and transfer the public comments. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes, and please silence the meeting in the background while you're talking.
Oh, turn?
Yes, go ahead and start with your comments and silence the meeting in the background while you're talking.
Well, I did shut it off. I just want to make sure that I can be heard.
Yes, you're in the meeting now talking.
Oh, I'm being heard. Oh, this is excellent, because frankly, I'm not sure even what to say at this point. I am a constituent of Sue Frost, and she is the only one worth being up there on this panel. And I am sitting there wondering if I woke up in Red China or Nazi Germany, because I don't even have the words to express myself. From the losses regarding rents and airport income, it is so clear to me that your sham of a lockdown is being exposed. And you are still sitting there pretending. While just yesterday, in a tentative ruling, the judicial system has declared the governor's abuse of power as unconstitutional and has indicated that the era of his executive authority and one-man rule is over, against a backdrop of the CDC no longer calling this a pandemic, but an outbreak. Virtual Thanksgiving? Are you out of your fucking minds? Frankly, I am horrified by the language I'm hearing about people needing to submit to the flu shot and the COVID shot. Mandated medicine is a disgrace now and forever. We know this from history, and this is why we have signed treaty after treaty edifying the importance of informed consent. There is no more basic liberty than the freedom to decide what goes into our bodies. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights was adopted in 1948 after World War II in response to its medical and ethical horrors. Similarly, the Nuremberg Code in 1947. In 2005, on behalf of a global consensus, which involved 193 countries, including the United States, UNESCO adopted the Universal Declaration on Bioethics and Human Rights. Article 6.1 consent declares any preventative, diagnostic, and therapeutic medical intervention is only to be carried out with the prior free and informed consent of the person involved. Based on adequate information, the consent should, where appropriate, be expressed and may be withdrawn by the person concerned at any time and for any reason without disadvantage or prejudice. And you people are talking about drive-up flu shot clinics? You are out of your minds, and you are all going to be out of jobs. Because if you want to see a veritable bloodbath revolution in the streets, by your own numbers, less than half of people are going to be willing to submit to this vaccine. It is time to end this fraudulent state of emergency and defund testing and tracing. Nobody is going to continue on this path. You cannot pull the wool over people's eyes.
Can we have your concluding remarks, please?
Than you have. This is absurd. I can't even find words to explain it.
I have your final remarks,
but I could probably keep going for an hour. You are all a disgrace to the positions you inhabit.
Please send the next caller.
Mr. Chair, could I ask you to do something about the bad language? I just think that's inappropriate. At the beginning of the year, you were asking people at the beginning of the meeting to keep their language under control.
Understood. I think am I able to do, what am I able to do?
So the
Caller, please hang on one second. Let me put you on hold. 1 second.
The Brown Act does authorize you as the chair to set limits and boundaries regarding professional behavior and decorum. You can absolutely ask that.
I can ask, but can we cut them off?
Well,
no, we can't.
Not really.
I can say it. I'm happy to say it. Please, if you're watching, if you're watching, please be aware that there are a lot of young people, especially at home, that may be watching, and we'd implore you to please use appropriate language and avoid cursing. We understand your passion about this issue, but if you do, if there is a continued interest in expressing yourself using foul language, I am going to interrupt you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for holding, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes. If you're listening to the meeting in the background, would you please mute that while you're talking? And you can start now with your comments.
Yeah, my name is Funky Father. I'd like to say hello to all the public servants and remind you that you're servants and not enforcers of unconstitutional acts. And anyone on that board who's not familiar with U.S. Criminal Code Title 18, Chapter 13, Sections 241 and 242, I want you to know that you're going to get it. This is what's coming your way if you guys continue to enforce these things. It makes it a felony to use or conspire to use color of law to enforce a code or regulation which results in the violation of a person's rights. Violators will be prosecuted. You start pulling out code enforcers, yeah, you're violating rights that were given to the people, guaranteed by the Constitution. Your U.S. code and your statutes, they don't apply to the people of the Constitution. We are the people. You are the servants. Let's keep that straight. We're the masters. You're the servants. And I would like to say this. Here come all the actors. This play has all been cast. Do not recognize them. Yeah, you do not know the past. It wasn't so long ago. a different tale was told. The ancient script has been rewritten, new products to be sold. They got you where they want you, yeah. It put a spell on you. Yeah, lockstep marching doctors with their dangling stethoscopes. Their science they claim, the final solution, the only human hope. Keep you from your neighbors, all muzzled up in the mask. You take them off cause you got no cough, but you don't know who to ask. Yeah, they got you where they want you. Oh, they put a spell on you. Yeah, flipping through all them programs, programming mind control. Try to convince the world that the human has no soul. Yeah, we're only flesh and blood. We're only dirt and mud. Liars conspire to douse the fire is fired with the breath of life. And one thing is crystal clear. You cannot live in fear. Because if you do, the human spirit will surely disappear. You guys are servants. Remember that.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller, you have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments. Can you please mute the meeting in the background?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board. This is Gabrielle Ingram of District 2. As a refresher, information has been sent on how Placer County ended their local health emergency, which stripped the emergency powers of public health. Additionally, you have all been sent documents outlining the efficacy or lack thereof of the PCR test. It has been months now of calling and emailing. The common theme I have heard is we aren't doctors, or we don't make the decisions on this, they come from the state. You have been operating under the assumption that you are protected from liability under the emergency declaration. The ruling from Newsom's case proves no. You don't get to point at the state and say, but they said, especially now. As a reminder, Government Code 8630, calling for a local emergency when there isn't one is against the law. Government Health and Safety Code 101080, you are required by law to proclaim the termination of the local emergency at the earliest possible date. We're over 8 months in. There is no emergency proven by the data shared by Dr. Kucirik. I'm calling for immediate burden of proof for using the emergency powers. Because you have not given access to the meetings and we cannot have discourse, I will follow up with you by email and expect this data to be presented at the next meeting, if not sooner. On public record, these are the questions I have. How much money exactly is going towards funding testing and the use of this bogus PCR test? Bogus based on scientific reviews. I'll be happy to resend those documents. What are the numbers on suicides and suicide watch in the county? Don't wait for the end of the year to run a report, release the numbers now. How many elders are in nursing home facilities that no one can access, that cannot see their loved ones? Prisoners are being released while elders are being held prisoner. It defies all logic and ethics. How many businesses have closed, done and gone for good? After the ruling from the judicial branch yesterday on how the governor has been abusing his emergency powers, a door has opened to go after the sand-based foundation of the falsely obtained emergency powers throughout the state. Everything you are using to keep us out of meetings, keeping businesses operating below 100%, blocking access to loved ones in the hospital, it's all based on emergency powers. What's going on is unconstitutional and unlawful. You are not immune to it. You will be held accountable at the community level for your participation. You are now on notice. You are culpable and liable, and that's based on what you knew and when. There has been so much devastation from business closures, suicides, elders dying alone. There has been no justice for any of this yet. There has not been a reckoning on all the damages done up to this point. If you haven't noticed, we are not going away. The citizens of Sacramento County are waking up and getting a clue as to where these orders are funneled through. The state may be pulling the strings, but by allowing it to continue, you are still liable. End the public health emergency. Defund testing and tracing. Stop dumping money into the PCR test that holds no water. Stop with all the control measures that are causing so much suffering. Fundamentally, we will win these challenges if you do not have burden of proof. Every decision you have been allowing enforcing is going to unravel. There is liability all around. This has never been just, right, or legal. The damages are criminal. Course correct and end it now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Nicole Young, and I would like to implore the Board of Supervisors to end this farce of a state of emergency. It's a blatant power grab by state officials, and our hypocritical governor has already had a judge rule his powers are unconstitutional. Schools need to be open. Children need to be back in school. Bands and athletics need to be back into play, and our children need to be stopped used as political pawns. And we don't want your flu shot, and we don't want your COVID vaccine. We want our lives back. And I want you to remember that we have, most of us are parents with young teenagers who are going to be voting in a very short time, and they will remember this, and they will remember your name and your faces. Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Joanna Hedrick. I work at Sac State, and I'm a mother of 2 children in elementary school. Can we please stop this lockdown over a virus with a 0.00009% fatality rate? Children need to go to school, businesses need to open, people need to be able to worship, we need to get on with life. This is not living. What we are doing is not living. Please stop this. Mandated masks or vaccines are unacceptable. Stop trying to control people with fear. Online school does not work. Please, I ask all of you to come to your senses. Miss Sue Frost, you are the only one up there that's speaking any sense, that is using any type of logic or reasoning. Please talk to the other people and figure this out. There's no reason to continue to go down this path when there are safe alternative treatments to treat a virus with a 99% recovery rate. You focus on cases from a PCR test that is unreliable. It cannot provide you accurate information. I hope, and I'm sure you are aware by now because the last couple callers have mentioned that Governor Newsom was found to be unconstitutional in his use of emergency powers. We are not an autocracy. We need transparency and to return to a democratic government that involves the people to which you all serve. If people want to stay home, wear masks, and line up for a vaccine that has already had serious adverse reactions in the trials, then people are free to do so. But you may not keep us on indefinite lockdown or force people to wear masks or have a vaccine that is not tested against an inert placebo. They're testing it against the meningococcal vaccine and the adjuvants in that, which is a dangerous vaccine to begin with. There is no way you are going to be able to provide a vaccine that is safe, and it's not needed for something that has a 99% recovery rate. I am leaving the state that I was born and raised in to move somewhere that does not tell me that I have to pump my children full of toxins. You are losing 2 people who work hard in this state and earn a good living and pay taxes, along with all the people that are leaving California. You are losing all that tax dollars. I hear you talking about how you can't afford to keep going this way. Well, you're not going to be able to afford it when people up and leave. Please come to your senses and stop this. Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, hello. I've called before, and I'm calling again today. I can't even handle listening to the meeting because no doubt you've all been going, oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
No doubt you've been going on and on about the circus of corruption and the mobile vaccine units and the flu shots and whatever nonsense you're distributing today. You just insist on sitting up there playing the game. I can't even handle listening to the meetings at this point. Patrick Kennedy stated last week that he and his wife are entitled to hide in their home for their safety. Well, I'm calling to say on the record that apparently these two public employees, these Kennedys, who are paid a combined of nearly $250,000, $250,000 a year of our tax money, and yes, that is public information, are a disgrace to the positions that they have been hired and elected to fill. I, too, am a spouse of a public school teacher who works in the San Juan School District. He is also Zoom schooling children as we speak, and he knows that this lockdown is hurting the children and that the children need and deserve to be in-person school. Despite what Patrick Kennedy said last week, there is no science that suggests children are asymptomatic carriers of this virus that has well over a 99% recovery rate. Apparently, the 16 special ed teachers the students that Judy Kennedy has been hired to serve, don't have value because her right to hide in her home there in the Hollywood Hills neighborhood is more important than these children's right to receive an adequate education. Apparently, it's up to the Kennedys to decide to deny children the civil and constitutional right to education. Zoom school does not substitute in any way for what children need, and especially not special ed students. Apparently, the Kennedys have forgotten about FAPE, the children's right to a fair and appropriate public education, as established by the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 and the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDA. It seems to me that the Kennedys have forgotten that IEP services are a guaranteed right. My public school teacher husband knows that Zoom education can in no way even come close to fulfilling the rights that Judy Kennedy's students have for their educational needs. Apparently, the Kennedys have forgotten that they are not the center of the universe and that they are being paid by us, by we, the people, to fulfill jobs that they are not fulfilling, while declaring that they deserve to be protected in their Hollywood Hills home, all while Sacramento County languishes and dies. Well, perhaps the Kennedys should step down from their positions and allow others to fill them by people who are actually invested in the community and in serving Sacramento, not simply thinking about themselves as the Kennedys seem to be doing.
I have your concluding remarks, please.
All the time I have today for your nonsense. And the lockdown, open up Sacramento,
Can I have your final
and put
comment,
the children
please?
back in school.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You may.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I want to say that I wish I had her accountant, but I will say that, I'm an elected official and I'm fair game for anybody who wants to. But my wife, who is a dedicated and an excellent teacher who is doing everything she can to provide services for these kids on a daily basis, I take umbrage at you bringing her into this conversation. She's off limits, and I would appreciate it if future callers would take that into account. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes, and please silence the meeting in the background.
My name is Cooper Young. I am personally affected negatively by these draconian shutdowns. Even as a youth, I am well aware of what is going on. I want you all to know that very soon, young people just like me will be voting and will not tolerate or support anything that these power-hungry, people-damaging, society-destroying politicians will stand for. We, the youth of California, will not tolerate this. And also, we don't want your vaccines.
Okay, thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes, and please silence the meeting in the background while you're talking.
Yes, I
the one silver lining I can really appreciate in the age of COVID is just how revealing it is of people's real priorities and where they stand when it comes to the values and principles that were supposedly imparted on us as a nation. Because it's very clear to me that at least one supervisor up there, Sue Frost, has absolutely no regard for any human life but her own or the ones of her family and friends. Because as I listen to these insane, rambling comments from people in her district and people that support her, it is very obvious that she is deliberately misinforming them, calling them in line by line with some cheap-ass script, and really just telling people, and really compromising the health and safety of millions of people here in Sacramento County. We have 1.5 million people. Sue Frost represents barely less than a quarter of them, if that. And it's ridiculous to me that she continues to be up here simply focusing in on how soon can we open our businesses, how soon can we get back to normal, when there are literally hundreds of people dying right now in Sacramento alone, and hundreds of thousands of people dying across this country, including people I know. And you're not taking it seriously, Sue. It's clear as day that you do not care about the lives and well-being of your constituents. It's obvious in your actions. Actions speak louder than words. And every time you get up here and question the integrity and the intelligence and insult the intelligence of medical professionals who have spent decades studying medicine, who actually run your county's public health department, and this is the questions that you ask them of, questioning the data, calling into question their own logistics and basically assuming that they don't know what they're talking about. And somehow you, as an elected official with no training in medicine whatsoever, somehow knows better about public health than they do? Fuck you. Who the fuck do you think you are?
Keon, can you watch the language, please?
I swear, if you all, I hope and pray that in your considerations and investigations into Nav Gill's scandalous misconduct that she should absolutely be fired for, that it wraps up Sue Frost. Because it is clear as day to me that she is corrupt beyond all reason, and she is bought and paid for by real estate developers and business professionals and wealthy fat cats in Sacramento County and across the state.
Can we get your concluding remarks, please?
Fuck you, Sue Frost. Good day.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller, you have 3 minutes. Please silence the meeting in the background while you're talking and go ahead and start with your comments.
Yes, my name is Chris Wolfgram. First off, I don't think this is an emergency. This is definitely not emergency. It's a virus. It's a new virus. It is never going away. People need to learn to live with it. We've never, in the 100 plus years we've known about viruses, we've never figured out a way to beat viruses, to cure viruses. It's out. It's there. We just need to learn to live with this because it's never going to go away. As far as for vaccines, I haven't had a flu shot for 20 years. Neither have I had the flu for 20 years. I've had the flu a few times way back when I was young, and that's when I used to get flu shots. So I don't know. It's just kind of weird to me that all the 20 years that I haven't been getting flu shots, I also haven't gotten the flu. That's just weird. So here's another thing. I had a neighbor who got the flu shot, and 10 days later he came down with a thing called Guillain-Barré syndrome. He almost died. He had to be put on complete life support to keep his heart and lungs going for 10 days. He was in the hospital for 2 months. It took him almost a full year for complete recovery. The nice thing about Guillain-Barré is if it doesn't kill you, you usually will recover. It just takes 6 to 18 months to do it. I knew another lady who had fibromyalgia. She got the flu shot and had such a terrible fibromyalgia flare-up. She had to be hospitalized for 2 weeks and was never the same thereafter. Now, It's one thing if I go into to a doctor or hospital and I ask to be given an experimental vaccine or a drug, and if I do that, I'll probably be asked to sign a waiver. So in case there's a problem, it's like, hey, I asked for it. But this is entirely different. If I'm forced to get a vaccine and I get very sick or I die, who's going to be liable for that? Are you going to pay my family, $100 million because you forced me to get a vaccine that I didn't want? That's completely ridiculous. I think that the whole freaking country has lost their damn minds. I'm going to tell you right now, I walk around stores and stuff without a freaking mask, and I see all these fools all around me that are completely brainwashed. They think that mask is going to save them. No, it's not. It's not going to save them. They will probably eventually get COVID-19 anyway, and they'll probably live. They'll probably be fine, and then after the fact, they'll be stronger for it. They'll be less likely, their immunities will be better, they'll be way less likely to get it again. The vast majority of the people are going to live if they do get it. But my point is, I see all these brainwashed people walking around. I think you'll get plenty of suckers to take your freaking stupid vaccine. You can inject all kinds of people with all kinds of crap, and there's plenty of suckers out there that'll just go right along with your plan. But for the few smart people, I cannot imagine how you could take away their rights and force them to get a vaccine. That's just wrong. It's completely wrong. You guys are all lost your minds. This is never going to go away. We need to learn to live with it. Get over it. Get over it. You guys have lost your damn minds. You're ruining the economy. You'll probably end up being the cause. I'm sure that people have already died because of your policies. With suicide, drug and alcohol.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. You have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments, and if you could silence the meeting in the background while you're talking, please. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, please start with your comments.
Okay, my comment is, people, get a clue, get a grip. The decorum that you demand of other people is absolutely deplorable. How dare you correct someone's language on a subject matter that is so pervasive and important to people because it is affecting our lives. I don't see it affecting you. You still have your jobs, you still come into work, and yet you demand people to listen to your rhetoric, to listen to your ignorance, and you want them to speak in a way that is so nice. You won't do anything anyway. I thank my brothers and sisters that have spoken before with education, with knowledge, with passion, with heartfelt feelings on this issue. That's all I have to say to you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes. And please silence the meeting in the background while you're talking.
Hello?
Hi. You have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Okay, yes. I'm Heather, and I'm calling to demand that you end the local health emergency. The PCR testing, if your public health director was doing their research, would know and be informing you, is grossly inadequate and is over 80% false positive rate. So there is no way to test for SARS-CoV-2, and you need to quit basing this on cases. The number of deaths has stayed flat, even though the number of cases has gone up, which means that the virus is burning out. Your doctor should be telling you this. If they're not, they need to be removed. You need to be looking and asking other doctors for their opinions. And you need to defund the testing and tracing. You will be held liable for violating constitutional rights. People have a right to not be tested. They have a right to not be traced. All of this is grossly unconstitutional. Our tax dollars are also not used to pay people who were elected into office to take our rights away. So the lawsuits are coming, and you need to stop. Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I, as a sovereign citizen of Sac County, California, I am holding the Sacramento County government, Sacramento County Board of Supervisors officers, and every public servant personally liable, in addition to Phil Cerna, Patrick Kennedy, Susan Peters, Sue Frost, and Don Natoli, in the deception and manipulation of 1.5 million Sacramento County residents liable to believe that COVID-19 is deadly to the point where we have to be locked up in our homes, wear masks, be afraid from our own families, neighbors, and just plain going outside. This is the most sinister crime against humanity of any time. This false health emergency already eliminated the majority of small businesses, killed a large portion of the elderly by forcing infectious patients into old people's homes. Our children, for God's sakes, are killing themselves, and you, the Board of Supervisors, are in a complete denial and accessory to murder. I demand the health emergency to be stopped immediately, as the letter emailed to you guys today in support of this hearing. Based on the Constitution, which supersedes any law and authority in the United States of America, I declare that COVID-19 is null and void. And with that, the health of emergency orders, mandates, mask wearing, and whatever, all null and void with it. Step out of the matrix and think. Thank you.
Please transfer the last public comment. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes. If you have the meeting on in the background, please mute it while you're talking.
Hello, my name is Robin Ayers, and I'm in District 3 now. I'm calling because I've been hearing all these comments about how we just need to drop this emergency and whatnot. And I just wanted to share some information. I lived in Indiana for about 16 years, and just wanted to share some data that was recent to compare Indiana, which has basically very little guidelines. Kids are in school, people are required to wear masks in businesses anywhere, and they, as a state, have less than 7 million people. And in California, we obviously are close to 40 million. But on Halloween, comparing both states to how many cases of COVID they had, the state of Indiana, with only 7 million people, had 43 more cases than the state of California, which has 40 million people. I think it would be extremely careless to even consider letting go of these current guidelines. I think we are doing a wonderful job of keeping our people safe. And yes, our numbers are generally low, but that's why they're low, because we are taking these precautions. And I know I've got friends, and my children are concerned about their safety everywhere they go in the state of Indiana. That people, go to election offices and it says masks are recommended, but hey, you don't have to do it. But just think about it. It's like, that doesn't make any sense. We're dealing with a virus that has devastating impacts on people, whether they die from it or not. So to just throw it out the window and say, well, we'll be okay, is really quite careless. So I hope that you do not listen to any of these things and do what is in the best interest and the safety of the population. That's all I've got. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
That concludes your public comments.
Okay, thank you. I know that Supervisor Frost is eager to make some comments, but I'm going to go ahead and take chair's prerogative and speak first. So last time we heard from some of the same speakers, similar group, similar sentiment expressed at our last board meeting, and our colleague Patrick Kennedy, I think, eloquently reflected on what they shared, and in turn, I think accurately explained how offensive it is to repeatedly hear from people that, to my knowledge, none of the speakers last time or this time introduced themselves as medical experts or having a medical degree of any sort. And yet, we are hearing now on a regular basis from two doctors, one the director of our health services department, and the other our public health officer. As far as I'm concerned, we are going to continue in this county letting science dictate how we respond to this pandemic. I think it's an opinion and a sentiment that's expressed by a majority of the people. And we continue to hear from a small subset of folks that unfortunately continue to be pretty offensive, especially to people like me who's had a family member die from COVID. So to sit here and now listen, I think for the third or fourth straight meeting, these monologues about the conspiracy behind the quote-unquote lockdown, I just can't tell you how much I disagree with it. I think it's dangerous. One speaker said that we need to learn to live with it. Well, guess what? You learn to live with it by actually respecting these directives to limit your social proximity, to wear masks, to quarantine if exposed, to check your temperature regularly, to wash your hands regularly. That's what we're doing. We are doing precisely that. We're learning to live with it. It's better than learning to die with it. So for those that want to take potshots at my colleague and his spouse, take potshots at me too, because I have the same opinion. It's offensive, and if you want to call in next week, you're obviously welcome to do that. But I got to tell you, the more you do it, I think the less credibility you have. Supervisor Frost.
Thank you, Chair Cerna. First, I want to say that I truly appreciate that we have our First Amendment rights, and I appreciate all the callers, every one of them, for calling in and expressing your point of view, and especially that talented singer. It's hard to hear sometimes, and I couldn't hear all the words of the song, but I think it's really wonderful that you expressed yourself in a different way. So I want to go on record to say that I do not know the callers. I did not ask them to call, and I haven't asked people to call into to the meeting today. I don't have any wish to delegitimize the doctors who have been amazing during this pandemic and who have been such a huge help to all of us. And if it seems like that's what I'm doing, I want to really want to go on record to correct it. I believe in our government, we are allowed discourse. And I also believe that when you have discourse, and what I mean by discourse, I mean differing opinions. If those differing opinions are expressed, sometimes better outcomes can come of it. And if I'm seeming tense when I'm questioning, or if I'm seeming like I'm criticizing the doctors, I want everyone to know I have the greatest respect for them, and I appreciate the work they're doing, and I do understand the gravity of the coronavirus. I understand, and I have also lost loved ones, not only lost loved ones, but that have been isolated from me over months and basically langured alone and finally got COVID and died alone, and even their own children couldn't be in there with them while they were dying because they were quarantined because of COVID. So I get it. I understand the gravity of the situation. I also understand the gravity of other things that impact public health. There's more to public health than COVID. There are a lot of considerations, and we all have to weigh them. And I think it's important to look at those things and try and think in a broad way to minimize the impacts that are happening. And those impacts were expressed by a lot of the callers in different ways. Some of them are with the parents and the children. Some children are feeling isolated. They want to get back to school. Some people have lost their business or work, and they're trying to figure out how to survive. And guess what? We operate on public dollars. So if all of productivity and all the public is put out of work, ultimately that's going to impact our revenues and the services that we can offer, because the people who offer those services, the services get to you by people who offer the services. So this is complicated, and I just wanted to go on record to say I'm not campaigning against the COVID, regulations. What I'm trying to do is have us make sure we're looking at all the impacts and thinking out of the box and making sure we're respecting people's constitutional rights. I think that's eminently important, but also that we're keeping people safe and that the impacts of the cure are not greater than the impacts of the disease itself. Thank you.
All right. So that concludes our periodic.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Kennedy.
If I just wanted to make it clear what Dr. Bielenson said a meeting or two ago, because there seems to be a misconception out there. Nobody who dies from COVID-19 in Sacramento County has to die alone. And that's our policy. And so for those who keep saying that, you're just wrong. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Holy?
Yeah, just quickly, on the written report that we've got with accompanying today's presentation by Dr. Kasseri and Dr. Bielenson, being that we meet every other week, is it possible that we can have this updated without having to have all new information? Would it be possible to get this transmitted to board members on a weekly basis so we could have this information? I think it's useful when we're talking with folks. It keeps us up to date on status of things. And so if that's not too much of a request, Dr. B or Dr. K?
Yes, we can provide that.
Okay, good. I just think it's good. I think it's good for us to have that. So, okay, very good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Bielenson, Dr. Kasseri. Next item, please.
Okay, item 43 is the status report on alternative responses to 911 emergency calls.
Morning.
Afternoon.
Just barely. Bruce Wagstaff, Deputy County Executive. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. This morning, I'm presenting a status report to follow up on your board's budget hearing discussions in September relating to the subject of alternative ways to respond to 911 calls for mental health, homeless-related, and other quality of life situations. So what I want to do this morning, and I know you're running short on time, but I would like to go over how we're approaching this project, the work that we've done to date, and our next step plans to bring forward to you a proposal that you can buy off on.
Bruce, before you continue,
Yes.
I just, because he's not here, I just want to see if Supervisor Kennedy wanted to make any opening remarks, or should we just go ahead and hear from Bruce first?
Thank you, Chair. We can just go ahead.
Okay.
Presentation.
Thank you. Go ahead, Bruce.
So just a minute to recap your board's discussion and the direction that we received. Of course, as you just noted, Supervisor, that this proposal originated from Supervisor Kennedy. And after the board's discussion, we received the following direction. Number one was to develop a proposal for alternative responses to mental health and homeless-related 911 calls to complement the existing mobile crisis support teams that we have. There was specific mention to explore models like the STAR program in Denver, which I'll speak to in just a minute, Denver, Colorado, and also to determine a funding approach within our current budget. So that was our direction.
Are you, Bruce, are you going to speak to that last bullet in more detail?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Good.
Yeah, just bear with me. I tried to do slide management here, and I'm going to try to get through this as quickly as possible.
Sure.
But I did want to spend a moment, Mr. Chairman, to just lay out for the board what our approach to this project has been and what we intend for it to be. Number one, we have created an internal working group. My next slide will say more about that. But to say that we have involved several departments, including the Sheriff Department, and those that would be impacted by an alternative approach like this as part of an ongoing dialogue. We have reviewed available data. I'm going to talk about that in a second, and the status of our current mobile crisis support teams. And a very important part of our approach is to obtain wide community input. This is critical, and I can't overstate the importance of this. I don't have to tell the board that the community feels very strongly about this subject. You've already heard one comment on this. I'm sure you're going to hear others. And we have to involve the community as much as we possibly can in the development of this approach and in its ongoing operation. In order to have a successful approach, we know that we have to have one that the community was involved in setting up and one that they trust. So we held a virtual forum last Thursday. We had about 80 people sign up and participate. We've got another one scheduled for tomorrow. We've got 100 people signed up for that. And then once we conclude those, and by the way, I want to just give a big shout out to Dr. Quist and his staff for putting these forums on. They're doing a great job. After we conclude tomorrow's session, we're going to recap where we are and talk about where we go in the way of community input. For example, when I talk about these other jurisdictions in a second here, they have ongoing advisory groups that provide regular input to the project. So that is a concept that we'll take a look at. Then we also did take a look at models from other jurisdictions. We not only looked at the STAR program operating in Denver, but also the more established program that operates in Eugene, Oregon, has been since 1989, called the CAHOOTS program. In a non-COVID world, we probably would have gone up there and taken a look at both of these projects. Have had to do it by conference call, but still have gotten some really good information. And then also our Department of Behavioral Health has been formulating a proposal that we've put on the table and we're taking a look at. So in general, what we're doing is looking at what we have, making a very serious effort to get community involvement, consider the elements of the different approaches that we're considering, and to formulate a plan that we can bring back to your board for buy-off. The internal working group that we've established is an interdepartmental, made up of the high-level leadership from the departments you see displayed here, the Sheriff's Department, various social services departments that potentially could be involved in this project, our Chief Financial Officer, our Director of Homeless Initiatives, and various staff from the different departments that have come forward to offer really good advice. I want to give a particular shout out to Catherine York, our management analyst upstairs, who has been very important. Now, looking at some of the data, our first step was to look at the actual experience that we've had with 911 calls, and the Sheriff's Office has provided this data that I'd like to share with you. But first, at their request, I want to emphasize what we have here as footnotes, that what you see are estimates. When you get an emergency call or a 911 call, they do their best to flag them accurately in terms of whether or not they're mental health or homeless related, but you don't always get the necessary information to know for sure. So the Sheriff's Office wanted us to emphasize that these are estimates, but even as estimates, you can see what this tells you is that of the calls that have been received, and in 2019, for example, there were 450,000, over 450,000 total calls for service that the sheriff responded to. Of those, 2,798 were for mental health related calls. Only 17 of those resulted in arrests. Homeless related calls, you had over 18,000 that they responded to. slightly over, just a little over 1,200 resulted in arrests. And then looking at the experience so far this year, of the 166,000 or so calls that they've responded to, 524 mental health related, 5 arrests, and just over 8,200 homeless related calls, of which there were 736 arrests. So what this, I think, data suggests, even though we are looking at estimates, is that there's a clear opportunity to consider an alternative approach for these calls, and that's what we're taking a look at. Now, our emphasis, of course, is on developing a new approach for these types of calls, but part of the effort is also to ensure that we're fully implemented in what we have now, meaning our mobile crisis support teams. Your board had a discussion about those during the budget hearings. Of course, these teams consist of a law enforcement officer as well as a licensed clinician that respond together. You have 11 teams we currently have authorized, but only 5 are currently operational. We're about to bring up a 6th, but we've had difficulty with recruitment, so we're focusing our energy on a very active recruitment process to get all of those teams up and running. And it's important that we do so because these teams do have an impact. For example, in the first quarter of this year, of this fiscal year, the MCSTs responded to about 534 calls. 478 of those were de-escalated, did not lead to the types of actions such as a 5150 application. And of those 56 that did require a 5150 application, only 8 required admission to a psychiatric hospital. The point is that these teams are trained in de-escalation techniques, and they've had an impact. So we really want to make sure we get those up and operational. And in response to requests from Dr. Quist, I said that I would mention to anybody listening that if you're interested in participating in this, please get a hold of our behavioral health team because we very much like to talk to you and get all these teams operational.
Bruce, before you move on, because I know you're going to move into some of the other programs in the various cities you mentioned, but do we have data on how many interactions there were where the reason for the call was someone's behavior due to lack of medication? They ran out of medication. Somehow access to the medication was interrupted?
Yes. In fact, all those calls, Supervisor, that I mentioned, the Sheriff's Department was very good in providing backup data on what the different types of calls were. And it's a wide range, as you can imagine. But yes, the kind of thing that you mentioned, we have data on that. Largely with the mental health calls, for example, they fall under the category of a general welfare check. Somebody sees somebody acting strangely, they call and they ask for help to check this person out. That's a big reason why the calls come in. But you have a long list of other things that occur too. And we also have data that I'd be happy to provide to the board on of those arrests, what was the reason for the arrest? And you have force with a deadly weapon, for example, and things like that. It runs the gamut. However, and I'm sorry for the long answer here, but when you listen to the input from the community, one of the reasons why an alternative response is so important is because the experience you hear is that folks may be trespassing, for example, because they have a mental health issue. So to the extent you have teams prepared to respond to that, you'd have a different outcome.
What about data on an individual that was incarcerated in our jail system, was receiving psychotropics, and upon release only had a 5-day, had 5 days left of medication, ran out of medication for whatever reason, didn't have access to it, and then had another crisis episode? Do we have that kind of?
I think we can get
data?
that for you, Supervisor, and I
think that would be very telling and interesting to know, because that seems like something that we could actually affect the outcome of with a pretty short time frame. I mean, we could perhaps talk to the Sheriff's Department about correctional health more precisely about their processes and protocols in terms of how much medication they leave with, and maybe letting law enforcement better understand that this is an individual that should you come across them, they know the list of medications that they should have in their system.
Right. When I get into this, Supervisor, in fact, I'll just move into the next slide here, because one of the key aspects of these other programs is very focused training for the teams that respond, so that they can respond to the kind of situation you're describing. But let me just go through these fairly quickly. So we did make contact and had a good discussion with the folks from Eugene related to the CAHOOTS program, which stands for Crisis Assistance Helping Out on the Streets. This program was implemented in 1989. The city of Eugene works in partnership with a local health clinic to operate the program. They also partner with their neighboring city, Springfield, to do this. And they operate the program using 2-person teams consisting of a medic, which can be a nurse, a paramedic, EMT, and a crisis worker. Now there they don't necessarily utilize licensed clinicians, subject for us to take a look at, but they do have these 2-person teams. They operate 24/7. They have one that's available 24/7, another team that's available during the day. They actually have 4 teams that they rotate, so that they have 2 operational. And of course, they address a wide range of mental health and homeless-related and addiction situations. I mentioned that they've been extensively trained. In fact, the last bullet there indicates that team members complete over 500 hours of training, particularly for the dispatchers, to figure out how to respond to these calls. What things do you look for to know that it should be a call for the CAHOOTS program versus law enforcement? They also handle non-emergent medical issues, such as ambulance transports, and they have taken steps to deal with folks who call in so that they can avoid emergency room visits. In 2019, as I note here, their teams responded to 24,000 calls, requested police backup on 250 of those calls, so just a small percentage. They operate with a $2.1 million annual budget and have estimated that the program saves the city of Eugene significant dollars in terms of public safety, as well as emergency medical services. So they've noted that. And as I said, they complete significant training. What they leave us with on top of all of this is the fact that their experience allows them to point to 3 basic factors that have supported their success. Number 1, a robust human services network. Number 2, trust of the population that they serve. And number 3, a community culture that supports this kind of response. So there's some very important lessons from the CAHOOTS program. We did contact the STAR program in Denver, Colorado. That, of course, stands for Support Team Alternative Response. This is a new program, just started in June of 2020. They built their model off of what they were doing in Eugene. They are only operating at this point in time with 1 team operating in 1 district of the city. And their team consists of a paramedic and a behavioral health clinician. And just like the CAHOOTS program, they respond to a range of types of mental health and homeless related issues, general welfare checks. Since they started, and through August 7th, which is the most recent data we could get, they've responded to 271 calls and have had none that required police backup. They were fortunate that they had a grant to get started. They had a local grant. They have $1.2 million for their first year. Like the CAHOOTS program, they've done extensive training, focused largely on the dispatchers that receive the calls. Worth noting, I think, is that they indicated to us that their planning process took about a year to get started. Now, they were affected by COVID. They mentioned that, but it was still an extensive planning process prior to implementation.
Bruce, we have a question from Supervisor Tully.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Bruce, as you're walking down through these different or maybe similar approaches in different communities. So what about because we received correspondence, maybe you've seen some of it, it's come in this morning and yesterday, that there, in addition to things you've outlined here in your research, what about the involvement of the community, not just in the formation and discussion, the listening sessions, but what about, because a number of folks have written about having a community advisory panel.
That's right.
And they've specifically referenced the STAR program in Denver, Colorado. And I guess I'd like to know what you learned about that, because I think that, to me, is a model that provides that ongoing community input, certainly in your creation and structuring of this, but also in, advising on how things are going and, what the community needs are and so forth. So I guess I'm curious about what your take on that
No, I think I mentioned the supervisor briefly. I think that is a very important idea. You're right, they do that in the STAR program. I believe the Cahoots program has something similar to that as well. We heard that input on the forum we had last week. I really do think it's something we need to think about. I don't see how it could hurt to have an ongoing dialogue, not only in the development of the program, supervisor, but as it rolls out.
Well, that was my point. I mean, you want it in the formation, but I think in the ongoing rollout, and certainly, is it meeting expectations? Is it meeting the community needs? And the construct is one thing, but how it actually functions both in the field, but also in some of the responses to the crises, and hopefully, alleviating some of the law enforcement responses, but also helping people get the help that they need. So, and I think a community advisory board would be a very good idea as a
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
I also wanted to mention again that our behavioral health team is also working on a proposal for us to consider. This would involve a 24/7 mental health dispatch center staffed with licensed clinicians, as well as a mental health response team of a licensed clinician and a peer staff support person. So when you look at these models, there are some similar features. For example, the teams are largely made up more or less of the same kind of staff. They respond to the same kind of calls. They all involve a lot of training. However, there are also differences that we have to consider. For example, how they're dispatched. In the Cahoots program, they utilize the law enforcement non-emergency line to get these calls. One of the pieces of input we got from the community last week, and I'm sure we're going to hear more about, is to have a separate dispatch process altogether. We need to think about that as we roll this out. In terms of next steps, I first wanted to mention, though, in terms of how we fund this and a funding proposal. We're looking at different approaches, as you asked us to during the budget hearings. We can't really tie off how we're going to do that, though, until we know more about the specifics of the program we're going to bring back to you for your buy-off. I can tell you that we're doing a full search of available state and federal grants. I mentioned that the STAR program got started with a local grant. And as we develop the proposal, we'll see how it affects who does what currently in the various departments and what we can do with the respective funding. But when we come back to you with something specific, we'll have more to say about all of that. In terms of next steps, your board, it's fair to say, having watched the tape a couple times, was very clear on the urgency of this project, and we get that and we share that, and the community feels the same way. We are pushing forward here, we think, with a proposal as fast as we think we can. The thing to bear in mind also in terms of moving fast, though, is moving thoughtfully. And we heard that very clearly when we talked to the Cahoots people, when we talked to the STAR people in Denver. We've heard it from the community. There are a lot of issues involved in this, and we want to make sure we proceed with the appropriate amount of community input initially and ongoing. So we're trying to strike this balance between the urgency as well as the need to be thoughtful in the way we roll this out. So we've laid out a time frame here that, given what I just said, I think has to be flexible. We are prioritizing in the next month and a half or so a concentrated effort to get community input. I was looking at this and I noted that we're going to bump up against the holidays here. I don't want anybody to lose the chance to have input because of the holiday conflict, so we will bear that in mind. We are also going to further our efforts to do additional analysis of the proposed models and pilot approaches. We have to figure out what features would work best here. What might an initial effort look like? Where might we pilot it? What features might we want to adapt? What data do we want to collect? All of those things have to be discussed and thought about and get the community's input on. Once we have a better sense of what the program's going to look like, we'll finalize our cost projections and develop a proposal for funding, and then bring back a proposal to your board. We're hoping by the middle of February for your buy-off. So in closing, I want to just say that we've had a strong effort underway. I really appreciate the contributions from everybody that's been involved. And we look forward to putting something together here that makes a real difference for the community, that has community support, and that you can approve. Happy to take your questions.
Great, thanks, Bruce. Supervisor Tully?
Just very quickly on the point about this time frame, and I appreciate the approach that obviously captures the public input, which I believe is very, very important to this consideration, obviously the professional input as well. But I, again, as I see the third line on the chart that's on here, you're seeking grants and so forth, but I want to just say from my perspective that when we left the budget, it was very clear that, again, we don't know what maybe full year costs are going to be, but that there was $1.5 million, and that was no question about that being available. That, that was part of the budgetary process. You're going to bring that back. If it takes more, then you'll obviously bring that back to us as well. But so this isn't, somehow we're going to have to, look at some trade-offs here that encompassed in the budget, that in the direction that was given. And again, Bruce, appreciate your work on this, and Nav. I want to be clear though that there wasn't, when I pushed the button to support the budget, that was included, that you needed to do the work you're doing now, and that the work we're continuing to do with the listening sessions and development of whatever the pilot program is that we're going to have before us here in the near future. But there wasn't a question around at least a base part of that funding,
That's not the intent of that, and that we understand that, Bruce's point, whatever additional resources we can get, how much it's going to cost, ongoing costs, we'll show you the full package.
You give us that, but you're going to bring us a package that will have the funding that I believe was integrated into that budget approval. That's a foundational piece of this going forward. Is that fair?
Fair.
Okay.
Including the cost savings from other departments and how that might be transferred.
Yeah, right. I agree with that too.
Encompassing everything on that.
You can bring more over to the side, but that there was some base level of funding, and to your point, Mr. Chair, and others may weigh in as well, that there would be other savings and/or other resources. And I'll just say that one other point on this, that if we've had difficulty standing up the mobile crisis support teams, that if there's savings there, until we get to a full 11, I say savings in the sense, we can direct these to help stand up, this, I would believe. I mean, again, it's in a similar vein, different, and distinctions made clear, certainly some of the communication here, but doesn't mean we're going to take anything away. We've committed to those communities. We're going to continue to, build out the MCSTs. But also, I think
all options are on the table at this point on that.
Yeah, we could use some of those dollars, at least initially, to get us going. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Let me go to Supervisor Kennedy. I think you tried to comment earlier, and then we'll go to Supervisor Frost. Supervisor Kennedy?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Couple things. First of all, thank you to Ryan and your staff for doing what's really a heavy lift here. I do appreciate that staff is aware of the urgency, and I also appreciate the need to do it right is better than the need to do it fast. So I appreciate that balance between urgency and getting it right, and the research that's gone into it. The data clearly shows. I was glad to see that in there, that these are by and large usually not law enforcement calls, or don't need to be, which I believe will not only provide the adequate and appropriate and timely services to people in need, but will also, I think, show cost savings, as the Cahoots team has shown, to the county overall. So I'm glad that we're looking at those models. The other thing that I was glad to hear of was the idea of a different dispatcher model, and not necessarily to go through the 911. I'm not sure that the non-emergency police line or sheriff's line is the right way. I would like to look at the potential of creating a civilian dispatch model. And I mean, and one of the things that we can do for economies of scale too is look at where our mental health and behavioral health services are kind of disjointed. As an example, you want some services, you go to 211. You want other services, you call directly to our Department of Behavioral Health. I think that if we were to create a separate system that was dedicated to behavioral health, mental health, that would be similar to a 911, let's call it an 811, and then we do the adequate outreach, kind of like we did when we did the anti-stigmatization campaign, which was very effective with billboards and other things, so that people know, and we ingrain in people, and we have a culture at the county that if you have, are experiencing, or someone is experiencing some kind of behavioral health crisis, that there's 811 and there's someone to talk to. If you need respite care, there's your clearinghouse to get that. Right now, we're expecting people in crisis to know far too much about our own services. So I'm pleased to hear that we're heading in that direction. And finally, I also want to emphasize and thank staff for really sincerely, and Ryan, I give you a lot of credit because I watched you do it, to solicit public input on this, because the public is very interested in this, and I believe that there is expertise in our community that we can tap into. So I appreciate those efforts continuing as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Frost?
Thank you, Chair Cerna. Bruce, I want to thank you for all of your hard work, and I really appreciate that you brought together so many, a broad selection of county professionals who would somehow be able to provide some meaningful input on this process. There's only a couple things I wanted to mention. I think I wanted to speak to these types of situations where officers, and in particular our mobile crisis support teams, might go out to, there might be a call into the 911 operator. They go out to that call. It can go one way or the other.
Right.
They can walk up to the door and everything's
Right.
fine, and in a moment's notice, the situation can escalate because someone said the wrong thing, or
That's
just
right.
because something's happening in the background they know nothing about, or someone comes out with a gun and they're shooting. So I have a little bit of experience. I have an understanding of how that can go. I've worked in the lockup wards as a registered nurse. I've worked in the emergency room where a lot of crazy things happen on a full moon.
Right.
And I know the importance of what you're doing here. And I say all that because there's two things on my mind. Number one, I believe that the initial triage in a situation like that, it might not be a bad thing to have some of the 911 and a 911 operator in the conversation at the table, because if you've ever sat down and visited with one of them, and I have, they go through a lot. I mean, these calls are riveting, and the work that they do to identify what is the priority and who goes first and who gets sent out. They have a tremendous responsibility, and I know that if the sheriff's at the table, they can bring that information too. I'm just saying, let's not forget that the triage portion of this that can make a difference in the outcome. And then the other thing I wanted to mention was the need for an officer at the scene, initially at the scene, if there's any question, and that would go back to the triage. so many times it can escalate and change. There are other times when if you just had the medical or mental health professional at the door, they may not feel as secure, and they may actually react in a different way because they don't have that backup with them. They may not react in the same way, and that could sometimes. The idea of you can smell fear can make a difference in a situation. So I guess I just wanted to underscore those two things, the importance of triage and the importance of always having an officer at the initial scene for safety of those medical professionals. And I don't know, I know the sheriff's at the table helping to work all these things out, but these are things that stand out as important to me.
Thank you.
Thank
That's
you.
helpful. Thank you.
Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. I first wanted to say thank you to Supervisor Kennedy for pushing for exploration on this idea. I think some of the things you have shown us show great promise. There's been quite a few comments about the phone number, and one suggestion was the sheriff's non-emergency number, and I would discourage that. It takes too many punchings of the numbers to get through to it, and I personally think it needs a 3-digit number like people are used to for emergencies of various kinds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I know we have a number of speakers that are in queue to speak to this item.
We have about 14 right now.
14, okay. Why don't we go ahead and hear from them?
Okay, please transfer the first caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes. Okay, then please send the next caller. Hi, caller. You have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Hi, my name is PJ. I'm surprised there were so many law enforcement officers in the working group. That kind of gives me some concern, honestly. We honestly need a robust solution to an alternative to 911. This means not only will it be funded to the means necessary in order to complete the task, but that it will also allow for the ease of use with which 911 comes due to it easily being remembered in tense situations. And while I appreciate the $1.5 million that Supervisor Kennedy offered, the reality is that based on Scott's own words with regards to how many calls they handle in this area per day, that number needs to be at least 10 times higher to ensure that they have a chance at success. No grants are needed. All the needed funding is right there in the sheriff's budget, given that he'd no longer be handling those calls. If you don't care about their success, then by all means, give them a lower amount and then claim that they failed when they weren't able to do a job that takes 20 to 30 times as much funding when the sheriff does the job. This would be eminently disingenuous, but would serve the purpose of the sheriff being able to say, well, I tried. It would, of course, be a lie, but he could say it. This process needs to involve those most directly affected by the response that is typically received. This means people who suffer from mental health issues and homeless people need to be part of the solution. If they aren't part of the solution, then how do you propose to help them without understanding what they need? We waste time and we waste resources by attempting to assume that we know what they need. I understand that we will have professionals there who have dealt with their issues for a long time, but those most directly affected also need to be included in the process to ensure those professionals are accurately reflecting the actual need. MH First is already on the ground. They need to be directly involved. It's amazing they weren't in the working group, honestly. Additionally, the dispatch system needs to be completely independent of the police and sheriff. This means having a different 3-digit number to call. Recently, I had a situation in my neighborhood where a man seemed to be suffering from a mental health issue. He was screaming his head off and walking back and forth across the street. No one wanted to call the police. Everyone wanted to find a number to call that would result in mental health professionals coming to help. We need an easy number to remember. So when these sorts of incidents occur and nothing violent is happening, that residents can call that number and know it off the top of their head as easily as I say 911 and you associate it with fire or EMS. There needs to be a number that is just as easily memorable. And just to reiterate, this needs to not involve police dispatch. I do not trust those at 911 dispatch and not have a predisposition to see law enforcement as the only solution. The mental health professionals need to be the ones who make the call on whether police are involved at a situation. It's clear from the stats provided that the majority of calls do not involve an issue resulting in arrest. It is estimated that 50 to 75% of people killed by police annually in the U.S. have a mental illness. In addition to the work we need to do to remove the stigma surrounding mental health so that those who have mental health can get the help they needed, we need to understand that the force behind this is the goal to ensure that those in our community who need access to services don't have to be arrested and risk death in order to get those services.
Can I get your
And
concluding
lastly,
remark,
to
please?
reiterate, we need to ensure that the money comes from the Sheriff's Department, who will have a commensurate drop in person hours needed if the department tasked with the alternative receives adequate funding to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. You have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Hi, thank you. My name is Courtney Hanson. I live in District 1. I'm calling as a representative of Decarcerate SAC, strong supporter of non-law enforcement alternatives to 911, and a community member who cannot believe that Nav Gill still has his job. Nav Gill, you say that reinvesting sheriff's dollars is still on the table. Is it, though, once you're behind closed doors? I strongly support the spirit of Supervisor Kennedy's original proposal for at least $1.5 million to be diverted from the Sheriff's Department for community-based alternatives so people suffering in crisis, whether it's mental health, homelessness, substance-related, can be connected to resources instead of the myriad of things that happen when law enforcement responds: escalation, arrest, incarceration, and even preventable death. This modest proposal was a huge step in the right direction and a really refreshing example, honestly, of elected officials listening to their constituents' priorities. It's estimated that 50 to 75% of people killed by police in this country have a mental illness. This proposal needs to be developed with that understanding and with the people most impacted by mental illness, homelessness, and police interactions at the center of the table. And with NAV leading this effort and the overrepresentation of sheriff officials in the process, I'm worried that won't happen. I'm worried that a proposal inspired by national calls for racial justice and reinvestment of law enforcement dollars could, in the hands of NAV, turn into an effort that just expands funding and power to the sheriff and sweeps real issues under the rug. I think this is a valid concern in light of 85% of COVID-19 emergency funds going to law enforcement. These are also dollars intended for people in crisis, and we don't trust him or a team led by him to do the job. We need a community advisory board that's led by impacted people. Thank you, Natoli, for the design, implementation, but also the ongoing operation. Denver's STAR board includes Black, Latinx, Muslim communities, and people with disabilities, which seems obvious. And it's very weird to me that we're not talking about MH First. There are a few steps ahead of us. MH First is already up and running, providing these services. They've had these conversations. It doesn't mean they're going to be the only thing, but it's just sort of unbelievable to me that they're not at the center of this conversation with us. We need an independent dispatch system that is not connected to law enforcement and gives immediate and low barrier access to services. And all of my concerns about how this proposal could go wrong, despite its great potential and robust community support, can be traced directly back to County CEO Nav Gill, who deserves to be fired because he is a liability to the County of Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. You have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Hi, my name is Crystal Sanchez. I'm the president of the Sacramento Homeless Union and Sac Soup. I ask that you implement the people's budget recommendations. It is high priority that we increase the amount of money for mental health. I'm going to give you an example of what we deal with on a daily basis. We serve about 1,400 people a week on the streets. We have multiple people dumped out into the camps. They are a risk not only to other people, but to themselves. Many of our severely mentally ill and disabled have been hit by cars walking into traffic. When some of the people have mental health breakdowns, they become violent with other camp members and people in the community. Fear and stress is huge, which is a trigger to other mental health issues. We have in the past utilized mental health first, and I am also trained by mental health first. Why is mental health first not an idea on this PowerPoint? It is here and it is already working. The county is continuing to try to find a different route than trying something that is already working. And I would advise against that. I have worked in the medical field for 17 years. I have an associate's degree in applied science criminal justice, and I'm 89% done with my bachelor's degree in criminal justice. It's absolutely essential that we get this much needed help. The board needs to understand that we can't just keep moving these people around without resources that they need. As an advocate on the ground who works, again, with at least 1,400 people a week, I am asking that you listen to us. We do not have the resources, and telling these folks to move along and not in your neighborhood is not the answer. They are just being moved in circles. This is causing our county to look like a third world country. I asked the Board of Supervisors to sit down with us and come up with a progressive plan, not only for this mental health money, but homelessness in general without police. We don't have the time or money to waste when solutions are reachable. At this point, the constant lack of attention to the homeless crisis is causing a state-created danger for everybody in this county. This is about mental health on the agenda. I would like to point out that being on the streets is traumatic in its own and also causes PTSD, depression, anger, and also at times indicates self-medicating. Most of the mental health resources we have take anywhere from 6 months to a year to get into. We have at least 11,000 people plus on the streets, according to your own PIT count in the bigger letters above what was actually counted here in Sacramento County. It is in, we have 700 children out here. We lack 63,000 units of affordable housing per HUD guidelines in this county. I hope you hear at least this. Police are not social workers and do not have the lived experience. They have criminalized and forced them out, forced them to vacate their areas, and the police are scared, and the unhoused are scared to death of the police. You have two teams, the HOT team and the impact team, who were implemented as specialized teams for these situations and have in turn caused more trauma and constant harassment. We already have crisis triaging and medical teams in the camps dealing with these issues. We don't have the housing to triage or the actual placement for those going through the trauma.
Can I get your concluding
remarks, We have severely
please?
Mentally ill people on the street. We have seniors and streets dying. We have veterans who have served our country, and each one of you on the board pays the utmost respect at every holiday, yet they're on the street.
Can I get your concluding remarks,
It is time that we break down homelessness for what it really is. Housing, mental health, lack of resources, and the board.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. You have 3 minutes to make your comments. Please start.
Yes, my name is Sonia Lewis, and I am in Natoli and Kennedy's districts. I just want to first start off by saying that we are at a time in this country where more than an acknowledgement of pain and trauma to the Black community in particular, but to other marginalized and disenfranchised community is at the utmost importance. During this time of COVID, during this time of police abuse being exposed to the heightened level of which we watched George Floyd be murdered, lynched, public display for the entire world to see, there is no reason that we should be continuing to circle round and around and around again about the need for and the voices of the community who say we need something other than a 911 emergency call system. Black people are afraid of the cops. When you ask, overwhelmingly, as a collective, Black people are afraid of the cops. Black people throughout this history of this country have been traumatized, oppressed, marginalized, silenced, erased, And we need to be seen, centered, lifted, and at the table of every discussion when every penny, not just dollar, but every penny of Sacramento County's budget dollars are spent. The allocation being so huge to the Sacramento Sheriff's Department is a travesty. So I'm gonna say it again, Black people are afraid of the police. Look at the statistics. The calls that are coming in with respects to nonviolent and non-criminal need to have a separate line, because we know that people who are most marginalized needing services don't trust law enforcement to come out and take care of them with care and dignity and humanity. When we think about mental health professionals, they need to have agency and power to actually do a job that is going to keep community members safe and give them resources that will work in an effort to save lives, not harm lives. We were in community just this past Sunday, came to 651 I Street, the jail, to hold a vigil that has taken place every year since the death of Marshall Miles, who was having a mental health crisis at the jail where the sheriff killed him. They are not professional, they are not trained, and neither do they want to
Can I get your
do
concluding
the
remark,
job
please?
of social work and mental health work or drug addiction work. They don't want to do it, so let's take those funds away
your final
from
remark,
the
please?
Sheriff Department so that we can have resources in community led by community.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please transfer the next caller. Hi, caller, please mute the meeting in the background. You have 3 minutes to make your comments. Please go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Keon Bliss. I'm calling from Supervisors Center, District 1. And a couple of points I wanted to really make sure that this board takes into consideration. One being out of the number of voices representing particular interest communities on this internal working group, there are 4 law enforcement voices, 3 of whom from the sheriff's office and 1 from probation, versus only 2 public health professionals with experience dealing with mental health crisis that actually, that are being represented on this board. There's virtually no one from those that are those communities that are directly impacted by mental health and homelessness that you're trying to address. So I think that in and of itself should speak volumes to what we're looking for an alternative, what we're looking for in alternatives. But I also want to point out too the crisis response training. The county's own presentation revealed that in the CAHOOTS model, those professionals actually undergo more than 500 hours of training in mental health crisis response. And you juxtapose that with California law enforcement standards where the state only requires law enforcement to undergo de-escalation training 2 hours every 2 years. That's it. And any other required training that's required, they only have 24 hours every 2 years. Minimum 4 hours each of arrest and control, driving, firearms, or force option simulator. And other required courses are domestic violence training every 2 years, first aid, CPR every 2 years, racial profiling, racial diversity every 5 years. And their only accountability is to this Commission on Peace Officers Standards and Training, which is populated exclusively by law enforcement. I have key questions that I want to ask. That I hope that this board will answer and hold our county staff and executives accountable to. Where and when will you include the voices of people directly affected by mental health crisis and homelessness to inform the design and implementation of alternative non-law enforcement responses for mental health needs? 2, why is the county executive so focused on mobile crisis support teams, which still involve law enforcement? By the county's own count, there are already an existing program, community support teams that do not involve law enforcement, and other callers have already brought up, there is an existing community-based program called Mental Health First that this presentation did not mention, and including on the county's own community support teams. Third, why was there no mention of those mental health support, of community-based mental health support that already exists, such as Mental Health First and county's own community support teams? Fourth, I want to ask too the key question: why should we trust? Should we trust at all? The county boards. Why should we trust Navgill's office?
Can I get your concluding remark, please?
Process in and of itself. This is the same CEO that gave 85% of COVID dollars to
Can I get your
law
concluding
enforcement
remark,
and then tried
please?
to cover it up. This is the same CEO who held a large indoor meeting
Thank
amongst
you.
county employees without proper masks.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, I am calling as a criminal defense attorney and a citizen of Sacramento, and I believe in facts, science, hard data, what's been tested and proven, so that way as we learn more, we can improve more. And my hope is that this board is basing decisions on facts and not people's feelings or baseless fears, such as the potential chaos of the full moon. Because at the end of the day, there's no such thing as your truth or my truth. There's just the truth, objective facts. And we can have differences of opinion, but when those opinions can only be formed by ignoring facts, then what we actually have is cognitive dissonance. So it is a fact that everyone can agree on that police are being called to respond to situations in which they are ill-equipped, which can and has led to the unnecessary loss of life. The current 911 system cannot work if people are afraid that by using it, they may be signing someone else's death certificate. And by creating alternatives, we can address the specific need that motivated the person to call for assistance in the first place with the most effective response. And we could also free up law enforcement to focus on situations that actually require armed officers. So let's change it. And change is scary and uncomfortable, but it is so necessary for growth. And we are the capital of the state with the largest population in the U.S. So let's be trailblazers. Let's set an example for the rest of the state, country, and world, because it's 2020 right now and everyone can and is watching. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you so much. Fine day today. I hope you all know you're good enough the way God made you. Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. Y'all got my support and you got my admiration. About the police department, they certainly got my support too. I wish I had the courage that they did. And I feel like they've been great. I got 2 CAD reports from them recently about basically the difficulties that are going on in our town, and I know that it's difficult for everybody. I have a couple reports basically that, lately these people who have been messing with our town have been messing with me, messing with, it's kind of embarrassing, but they mess with my body even. They mess with my ability to be a father, which I'd really love to be able to be a father someday. And it just breaks my heart that that's what's happening to me. And I've just been trying to reach out to them to hopefully, get some help. And also just the fact that, I'm really concerned about some of this. I'm sure for certain that, there's like nanotechnology and stuff messing with kids and stuff. And I think that's so incredibly serious, For me personally, it's like, I guess for me, it's kind of like this. I know it's difficult for everybody, and, my problems aren't any more important than anybody else's. I think it's kind of like having a friend who experiences, difficult feelings sometimes, and, whenever they're faced with the prospect of healing from some hurt, they have in their heart, you can feel so scared that you avoid doing the things that you would really love to do. And I don't know how y'all feel right now, and I don't know, you don't even have to listen to me kind of, because I know that, it's difficult for everybody, but I feel like healing really comes easily with the right heart. And it can happen, surprisingly, when you do what's right for you, because I think we can do what other people tell us to do, or we can do what's meaningful and right for us. And I just feel like, comfort can come from the sound of a voice of someone who cares for you. And I certainly care for y'all, and I hope you're perfect just the way God made you. I think that's true for everybody in our town. I think it's certainly true for the doctors, too. I know it's a complicated situation for everybody with this whole nanotechnology thing, these nanoradios and stuff. But I think that, when you look into the eyes of someone who really cares for you, and, just like singing songs together, enjoying food together, being there for each other, praying together under a full moon, or, I think it was a full moon tonight, or it was last night, just sailing like a calm ship on the ocean, I think we can really find a better path to happiness together. And, for me, it's been really tough, and I'm sorry to say this, but I feel like it really needs to be said, for me anyway. And I hope y'all can just, you don't have to listen to me, but it's important to me, and I'm sorry for bothering you. But, like, for me, being tortured for 11 months straight, 24/7, and 6 months straight, 24/7, and tormented for the past 5 months with people calling me vicious names and stuff like that through these darn nano radios and stuff, and it's really been like, it's terror and it's horror and it's helplessness,
Can I get your final remarks, please?
And it breaks my heart to think that anybody at all could go through anything like that. Anybody, even people who are going along with this stuff, because I know a lot of people don't know why everyone else is going along with it. And I think the reason why, some people are going along with it is because nobody else is saying anything. But I know it's going to take a lot more people,
Are they able to hear me when I say that? Mm-hmm. Okay, because they're not acknowledging.
They could have a delay.
Okay, all right.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. You have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Thank you. My name is Kathleen Williams. I live in downtown Sacramento, and I'm calling to urge that non-enforcement alternatives be set up as a way to route mental health related and unhoused related calls that are made to 911 go to the various alternatives that are being set up. One of them is Mental Health First, and I strongly support the movement of $1.5 million to set up that pilot project and continue it. In fact, I work with the People's Budget, and we strongly advocate a larger sum, $15 million, to be shifted away from the sheriff. I'm also calling to urge that Navdeep Gill be let go. He is a liability to the county of Sacramento. We've seen mismanagement. There's a culture of fear and maltreatment, and the system is not transparent. The community can't meaningfully participate, and this body as supervisors has not exercised the oversight that's needed. So we are asking that Nav Gill be fired, be let go in response to the mismanagement and misallocation of funds, which has resulted in much CARES money being sent to places that are not transparent, and also to be shifted to the sheriff when the needs of the people for infrastructure and for mental health support and for housing have been neglected. So I want to thank you, and that is my comment.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes. Please start.
Thank you. Hi, this is Liz Blum. I'm calling today as a
resident of District 1, as a graduate student, and as a sister with someone who experiences mental illness and has negatively been impacted by police during mental health crisis. I just want to start by saying that programs like this could have saved Joseph Mann's life, could have saved Marshall Miles' life, and it could have saved Daryl Richards' life, and so many others here in Sacramento County. If we truly believe that racism is a public health crisis, because it is, this is one tangible step we can take to save Black lives. We need 24/7 access to this alternative program. And I also think that 811 suggestion or another 3-digit option is a great option. And I also heard that echoed throughout the community listening sessions last week. I also want to say that MH First needs to be included in this plan. They should be at the table with decision makers as well. So this is just one piece. This alternative to 911 program is just one piece of a desperately needed comprehensive jail system management program plan in Sacramento County that focuses on decreasing jail populations. More than half of people in Sacramento County jails are diagnosed with a serious mental illness. Diverting 911 calls is one good start to beginning, sustainable decreases in our county jail populations. And moving towards mental health diversion at 711 G Street seems like it would also further this goal. So let's build this into a coordinated, measurable plan with goals and impact that ultimately sustains a significant decrease in correctional costs, so that funding can then be shifted towards critical community needs that would hopefully prevent further mental health crises. I just want to thank Bruce for highlighting how important community engagement is in this process, as it impacts hundreds of thousands of lives in our county. And I'd like to point out that the same logic applies to the new Correctional Health and Mental Health Services facility. I hope you all continue to passionately advocate for real community engagement and listening to those most impacted. This means listening to those who have experienced mental health crises, who have experienced incarceration in Sacramento County and arrest in Sacramento County, and their family members. Unfortunately, our county executive, Nav Gill, has not created a culture that prioritizes true community engagement, or even a culture where low-level staff can express their concerns. So I'm just joining the call to urge you all to let Mr. Gill go and involve the community in hiring another county executive that prioritizes public health and community care. And regarding funding for this program, perhaps my biggest comment here is that, can you still hear me?
Can I get your concluding remark, please?
It doesn't feel like county executive staff are, it feels like county executive staff are dismissing and ignoring the fact that Supervisor Kennedy strongly requested that funding for this program be sequestered from the sheriff's budget.
Please?
So please do not forget that. If funding is not taken from the sheriff's.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. You have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Okay, I'm just calling in to support the creation of a community alternative to 911. I realize that I appreciate some of the information that was shared in regards to Cahoots and other organizations. I know I have a friend actually who works for Cahoots and has been doing so for years, and they do great work. However, we do have, as already been mentioned, a community response that is currently led by volunteers who are also not only volunteers, but they're also professionals that are involved in the work that they are doing. I believe that we need to fully support them, and $1.5 million is nice, but it's not going to fill the needs of that work. So definitely we're looking at significantly increasing that. The $2.1 million budget that is set for Cahoots in Eugene actually covers the Eugene-Springfield area, and which is about half the size of the city of Sacramento. So if we're talking about having it available to the entire county of Sacramento, we're going to need quite a bit more than $1.5 million. So I would highly encourage you to do what other people have suggested, looking at $10, $15 million to support this work, and that is really what I think that we need to be looking at, because we should not be sending police officers to deal with mental health issues. I lived in Citrus Heights for a time, and we had police, and the neighbors called the police 3 different times because they were having relationship struggles. Police should not be responding to those kinds of things. We don't need people being arrested or harmed in any way by police, because issues that should be dealt with by other people who have training and a more compassionate view to citizens. So please definitely make this a priority and significantly fund an alternative to 911. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Could you please mute the meeting in the background, and you can go ahead and start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hello?
Yeah, can you mute the meeting in the background? You have 3 minutes to make your comments.
Yes, thank you. Sue, you should be ashamed of yourself for referring to our community members or liking them to animals to say that they can smell fear. Me and you both know that 2 nurses and some compassion could save people's lives when Sacramento County sheriff decided to commit murder. I hope you hung up your stethoscope, and I hope you packed away your nursing shoes, because you are not fit, and you're likely not fit to be in that seat. We need medical professionals on these teams, because a lot of the time, folks are not in mental health crisis. They're in fact having a medical crisis, and it would be dismissive of us, per the advice from Cahoots, to not address that. We also need a separate dispatch system, as community members have said several times, right? Something that is not police dependent and 811 give you. We also need independent community advisory board that does not consist of police, because it would be insane to believe that we can build a program without listening to the people that it impacts. Mental Health First exists. Community support teams exist. I know it doesn't feel good to go with our common sense sometimes. I know it doesn't feel good to work with the things that are already there, but in this situation, it only makes sense. We need a separate dispatch system. We need to help the folks that are already doing the work and will likely continue to do the work, with or without sheriff dollars. And I would like to reiterate, that money was earmarked from the sheriff. Why not take it from the sheriffs who have said that they do not want to do this work, and this is money that they will not use in their budget to do the work that they don't want to do.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead and send the next caller. Hi, caller. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead and start with your comments.
Hi, my name is Sarah. I'm a resident of Sacramento County District 1, and I also volunteer with multiple community-based organizations whose work includes efforts to improve access to resources for folks experiencing homelessness. In doing outreach with those organizations, I've learned from listening to people who are experiencing homelessness that the last thing they want is to interact with the police in any way, due to the direct harm and violence the police have inflicted on them. Harms caused by police are intensified for those who are Black, and I would like everyone to remember that the context of this conversation is happening because of the long history of demands to invest in the police and invest in the community, as many other callers have stated. And this is why I'm urging the board to listen to those who are directly impacted by harms inflicted by the police. In this case, especially for folks experiencing mental health crises and folks experiencing homelessness. I think we should allow people with lived experiences to guide the creation of the system of response without police, and to create an independent dispatch that is entirely separate from the police dispatch. This has been proven to be successful by community support teams here in Sacramento, like MH First, who should be involved in the creation of this new system. And also, you should invest in the community by increasing funding for these resources to $15 million, while also divesting from the sheriff's department. You can start with the $4 million being used for the sheriff's department to reform mental health and substance abuse and homelessness, which they aren't suited to do, and the sheriff and Sheriff Jones has stated he doesn't want to do. So please listen to the community, invest in the community, and financially support the safety of the community. Thank you for your time.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please mute the meeting in the background. You have 3 minutes to make your comments.
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, my name is Nikki Jones. Calling in as a person, of course, who I've shared with y'all before, has experienced law enforcement response to a mental health crisis, and how what a disaster, and really honestly a situation that could have resulted in like further abuse and a loss of life because of their neglect. And so the community, just to highlight what some folks have said, the community does not feel safe, and that includes the community of people who have ongoing mental health crisis and people of color, the Black community, as Sonia mentioned. Long histories of violence from the police means that they are not credible messengers, and they are not credible support systems for our health crises. And for too long, this board and many other boards have put that work on these departments, and we know it's not the right answer. We know it's resulted in so much harm to our communities, not only through incarceration and abuse, but also death. Thank you to those who've lifted up the name of Marshall Miles, Daryl Richards, Dejon Flano, Joseph Mann. And we know that those situations and those cases are not going to change with more investment in sheriff options. I'm disappointed that the county executive's office brought back more of the same. We do not need more social workers with these cops. We need no cops. And the reason they're having recruitment issues is because they can't get social workers to work with these crooked cops. And so we know that those social workers want jobs where they can feel safe and they can feel like they're and the community of people that they're serving feel safe. And to Sue Frost's fear-mongering and stigmatization of people with mental health crisis, shame on you. We are, when we are in crisis, we are less of a danger and more in a place of fear. And the fact that you want to continue to stigmatize and act like providers are scared, I'm also a provider. I am not scared. And so this dynamic really needs to shift and change. We really need to be looking at, and thank you so much, Supervisor Kennedy, for bringing this forward, Don and Phil for reiterating that this funding, you had a clear ask for where this funding was going to come from, and that was the Sheriff's Department. And Nav Gill pretending as if that didn't happen, and talking about moving money around and starving other services, his culture of austerity has got to go. His culture of deference for the violent and abusive Sheriff's Department has to go. We're over it. Sacramento is over it. And if he's going to continue on a path that Sacramento is not on, he needs to get out the road. And the community will make sure that happens. And we will make sure that these services come from where they need to, that the funding comes from where it needs to, because this is about our lives. And for Nav, this is about him and his buddies. This is about the exclusive boys club of feeling safe, with your money and your guns and your power. And absolutely, the Sacramento community needs real care and support and built-in, not just services, but a robust and thriving basic quality of life from which to springboard. The resilience of this community is magnificent. And if Nav and the sheriff would get out of the way, we have a lot of good work to do, and we're doing it.
Thank you.
And we're not going to sit back.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. You have 3 minutes to make your comments. Could you please mute the meeting in the background while you're talking?
Yeah, sure. Hi, my name is Mackenzie Wilson. I've spoken many times in front of this board. I'm calling to, I just want to lift up the idea, right, of community alternatives. I want to talk about the need for community alternatives, but the truth is like, I think we are having that conversation. We are having that conversation. The problem is that the people we're having that conversation with don't want to listen. I want to take the blame, not just, not put the blame not just on Nab Gale, because I watched Bruce Wagstaff sit in a meeting with 100 people and still look them in the face and say that he's working with the sheriff's department to develop this stuff. I want to say that, Britt Ferguson, I've heard you tell me many times about the jail that needs to be constructed and that the people inside and that the plaintiff's counsel, the truth is that we need to stop listening to these folks. These folks are so far removed from the room. They're not reading the room, but the truth is that they're not even standing in the same room. They're not here. They are not in this community. They are not even really, how can I'm so upset that we're having to beg for money that comes from the sheriff's department to give us the services that we need. The truth is that our budget, 70% of it goes to law enforcement arms, which is why we don't have housing, which is why our education systems are failing, which is why, we have a whole budget. People understand the idea of budget. And when we talk about we have to spend less somewhere, we know where, no matter what we need, we know that where the money comes from. And we should really be talking about why the sheriff's department is saying they don't want housing. Why is the sheriff's department saying that they don't want mental health services? Why is the sheriff's department saying that they don't want health care? He would, Scott Jones has out loud said, I'll take it from programs that are not riot gear and more officers on the street. Patrick Kennedy, thank you today for reiterating your point that you want to see this as a community-based operation, that law enforcement should not be involved. What we know is that law enforcement is not trained, and I don't want to train them to do this work. That's not what they're here for. I've seen Sheriff Scott Jones's officers when people don't comply with their demands, even when they're unlawful. So I'm afraid for somebody who is not dealing with a mental health crisis, and I'm worried about somebody who is dealing with mental health crisis. I'm worried about those unhoused neighbors who I've spoken with them specifically, and the words that they use about our unhoused neighbors and the things that they think about our unhoused neighbors oftentimes sound a bit like Sue Frost's narrative. That means that this is Scott Jones's narrative. That means that these are the ideas that are fostered within these systems. And so we don't see services, instead we see sweeps. We don't see services, instead we see dead black men in the street.
Can I get your concluding remarks, please?
Yeah, I hope that we get more than 1.5 million, and I hope that Nab Gale, Britt Ferguson, and Bruce Wagstaff seriously just stop talking, stop trying to do this work, and let us do it.
Thank you.
Have a good.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Lynn, and I just wanted to call in and say when we are speaking of resources that will bring equity, dignity, and humanity to all citizens of Sacramento County, we demand and expect a system other than 911. I want to share the name of Herman and the name and story of Herman Jerome Johnson, born July 20th, 1979, and died just last month, August 11, 2020, at the Sacramento County Jail. He suffered from mental health issues due to an accident he was in and a metal plate being placed permanently in his head. His aunt Beverly Wells is looking for answers as his biological mother died and Beverly had custody and raised Herman. His family needs assistance now, and all of you should be concerned about the deaths of people at our jail, especially those suffering from mental health crises and issues. I learned about Herman's while attending an annual vigil for Marshall Miles, who was also murdered at the county jail. By the way, on Sunday, prior to this very peaceful gathering, we were met by over 50 riot gear wearing sheriff officers ready to harm and arrest peaceful gatherers, including his mother, who is still mourning Marshall's murder. It is beyond time to defund the sheriff's department, reallocate dollars, and create a system that is less traumatizing to people who have historically been oppressed intentionally by a system designed only to hear white men and protect property and capitalism. Black folks cannot rely on your system, and since we are here to stay, factoring us into every equation, at every table, at every meeting to discuss and curate policies that directly impact Black lives needs to happen today. Shame on Nav for being a lying thief. Shame on Sue for saying people smell fear. We are human and not animals. Shame on Scott Jones for his social media posts calling foul for the community, speaking up about very legitimate concerns. I say that we need to defund the sheriff departments. I say that community commission needs to be created with impacted people. I say that another dispatch system needs to be created. I say fire Nav Gill. I say give us back our COVID dollars and give it to inmates first. I say stop the building of the jail facility, because what we know is that your system is broken and we need to do something different. We can reimagine. The community is enough, and I'm not the only one that's saying this. Tons of people in community are saying it. The People Budget Survey says it. You all need to listen to us. We are the taxpayers. Our dollars matter, and I'm sorry, but Black lives matter too.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Could you please mute the meeting in the background?
Hello.
Hi. Can you please mute the meeting in the background, please?
I can't. I'm standing right out in your hallway here. Let me go into your little room you've got over here. Can you see me? I'm right outside your glass door.
We can hear you. Go ahead and start with your comments.
Okay, it's very loud out here because of the voting, the elections. My comment is, and I sent it in to Mr. Natoli a couple days ago. The Lock Management Association, and apparently also the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors, is violating the Brown Act in that it is not listing a physical location for members of the public to participate under the Brown Act rules, which is a big problem, especially for a lot of homeless people who live in Sacramento County now, and on Richards Boulevard, they don't have a place to plug in a cell phone and participate in a Zoom meeting. And most of them, I would imagine, don't have the wherewithal to understand the technicalities of these Zoom meetings. They can be problematic. The Lock Management Association yesterday hosted a meeting for the first time since July of last year. There was one attempt made by Sacramento County Representative Glenn Lazoff on December 6th of last year, but he could not convene a quorum. He could not establish a quorum of board members since he only had himself and one other board member. Now yesterday, Mr. Wu
Daryl Wu, held a Zoom meeting and said that he himself, the last remaining board member of a 13-member board, public board, was a quorum and he could make appointments in lieu of elections by our property owners in Locke. That negates our bylaws. It also violates state law, SB 323, which went into effect on January 1st of 2020. And the Brown Act was violated because there's no Wi-Fi, there's no public Wi-Fi in the town of Locke, and there was no listing where people in the town of Locke could attend this meeting as to their interests and their business for the Locke Management Association. There's numerous other violations within the posting that is the posted meeting, and it's big problems, more Brown Act violations. And as you know, I have a writ of mandate filed at Sacramento Superior Court, and also naming respondents, Locke Foundation, Locke Management Association, and the County Board of Supervisors over Brown Act ongoing violations. Please, I beg you to intervene and cure and correct these ongoing violations and appointments.
Can I get
in lieu
your
of
concluding
elections.
remarks, please?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead and send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, I would like for this board to look at the data and statistics when we're talking about nonviolent and non-criminal calls coming into our 911 system. When we're talking about mental health issues, the Sacramento Sheriff's Department, no law enforcement agency for that matter, is prepared, equipped, trained, skilled, nor do they want to handle calls that are domestic violence, community oriented, and most definitely not mental health issues. So we need to be talking about ways in which we can create safety that does not include law enforcement. And we need to redefine what safety looks like, because safety does not mean, as Sue was saying, when someone calls into 911 that a law enforcement entity or person or representative needs to be part of the equation to decide when and whether or not they go out. That is extremely backwards to the need of the people who are saying very clearly, very blatantly, very outspokenly and unapologetically that we are afraid of the fucking cops. And because we're afraid of you, we don't want you to come out. And so I need an alternative to calling 911. And even when I have to call 911 and I say to them, I want fire or ambulance, and a cop shows up at the scene, that has happened to people in this community, and the cops show up anyway, that is negating my voice and my power and my agency, something that you already do on a continuous basis by having meetings where we are not included. And so when we are asking for a reinvestment of sheriff dollars for things that they don't want to do, like for real, listen to the people. Scott Jones said it himself, we are not equipped to do this. And by the way, his social media post today or yesterday saying that the bullies are out, he needs to look in the mirror because he is the #1 bully in this county. He needs to understand the definition of what a bully is. People continue to sue the sheriff department, and this county continues to foot the bill for that. It's because Scott Jones and his folks are bullies in our community. They are militarizing our community. They want to control Black lives just like slave catchers wanted to do back in the 1800s and the 1700s during slave time. So when we talk about reimagining a way to take care of crises in community, people who are suffering from mental health crises because of post-traumatic slave syndrome, because of post-traumatic stress, you are all on this board are not medical professionals. And so you should be relying upon those who are and having them at the table like MH First, because they've created a design that is working. We've empowered people in community and trained them to show up without fear. I'm a mother of 6 Black boys. I'm not scared to walk into a situation where a young man or a young person or a person in general is suffering from mental health crises like the cops are, with their hands on their triggers ready to shoot us fucking down.
Can I get your concluding remarks, please?
Being repeated over and over in a cycle that is traumatizing us more and more and more in community. Black folks are scared of the police. I cannot say that enough. And every time you talk about Matt Gilkey, his job, every time you talk about Scott Jones doing his job, you are perpetuating the violence that we experience in this.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comment. You have 3 minutes.
Hello?
Hi, you have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
All right. Okay. My name is T. Sansofa. I live in Sacramento County District 1, and I think this is really great that this topic is being brought up because we need this so bad, really bad for our community. I work with a lot of people experiencing homelessness, especially after COVID, when the pandemic hit and the essential services were cut off. And so I work with a lot of people experiencing homelessness. I have lots of friends who have mental health issues and would never call the cops. And I face many situations, and so do many people, my friends who have that conflict where they are unsure whether it would be safer to call 911 or to just figure out a different solution. And, a lot of people in the community are already trying to do that because, the thing is, if you call the cops, we might further get traumatized depending on who we're calling the cops for, or our family or friend might end up being dead because we just wanted to get help. And those are the type of things that people in our community shouldn't be fearing. We shouldn't be fearing, that our community members will end up dead if we want to seek mental health help, and if we're calling 911. And I agree. I definitely think that we need a mental health crisis line, also a line for unhoused folks who heavily experience mental health crises. And if you really look at the data also, a lot of people who do end up getting murdered by police or brutalized by the police is because they aren't able to comply the way police want them to, because police aren't trained to interact with people who are facing mental health crises. So it is in the best interest of our community and the County of Sacramento to develop an alternative to police without having police anywhere connected to the service. I think that definitely we need to take money from the Sac Sheriff Department and put that in this service, because we're already giving money for them to do that when they're not trained to do that. When we can be, yes. The police, the Sheriff Department they don't need to be a part of this at all, period. I've already seen too much that's gone down with that. I just don't see any relationship, even now, with the Scott Jones is doing. It isn't working. And we need to defund, get money from the Sheriff's Department and develop this program. And we need to put enough money in so that we just set it up to fail. So in conclusion, we do need enough money, and we need to support this through and through. And we need people who are experiencing these things to have a word to say what they need from this service.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comment. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Mike Chasky. I live in District 3. I submitted written comments that are included in set number 3. These are my own personal comments that could not be approved by SAC Act due to timing. I support the development of a pilot program I've provided extensive suggestions about the need to design and conduct this pilot as a social science experiment that can be properly evaluated when it's concluded. Notice from the data provided by Mr. Wagstaff that the homeless calls greatly exceed the mental health calls. Service capacity for mental health crises are in short supply, but these are even in worse shortage for homeless people. So this means we need solutions to the issues that lead up to a homeless call or a mental health call. For homeless people, these are shelter and service requirements that are very scarce. So this has to be factored into the design of the pilot, not just replacing police with a single call for emergency service, but providing an actual solution to the underlying problem. Therefore, I hope any proposal that comes back to the board offers meaningful solutions for homeless people, and I look forward to the balance of this process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Bill Summers. I am an emergency and addiction physician here in Sacramento. Daily, I see the deficits of our current system, and I am extremely concerned about the violent law enforcement-based response system that we have for mental health crises and quality of life violations in our county. This type of response system statistically increases the risk of harm and death to these citizens in crisis and does nothing to meet their psychiatric or social needs. This is costly, ineffective, and immoral, and we deserve better. Sacramento County needs a non-law enforcement crisis response team. This team should be community-based, peer-led, trauma-informed, representative of our community, mobile, and fully funded and available 24/7. This is in line with the guidelines published by the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, who also states that de facto law enforcement crisis response teams are unacceptable and unsafe, quote. This model has been successfully implemented elsewhere, and there is no reason that we cannot do it here. Sacramento County has previously provided grant funding to Mental Health First, the outstanding dedicated group of peers and health providers that is already implementing best practices and doing this work right here in our community. We have an important and immediate decisions to make regarding 911 alternatives. We need to partner with and support Mental Health First. Funding should be diverted from our bloated law enforcement budget, namely the Sheriff's Office, so that Mental Health First can be fully funded, expand their capacity, and extend their reach to all of our community all of the time. This is a program that will save lives and mitigate the harm inflicted on these already vulnerable community members who are so poorly served in our country and specifically in our county. Mental health crisis is not a crime. Crisis response belongs in the hands of caring community members, not armed law enforcement. Defund the police, fund mental health first. Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, hello. My name is Christine Bailey. I'm a homeowner in Gold River, and I would like to urge the supervisors to replace Executive Nab Gill. He has mismanaged the budget, created a culture of fear and mistreatment of employees, and created a system where the community cannot meaningfully participate in their own government, and he's prioritized the sheriff over public health. Please replace him. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. Cerna, Natoli, Kennedy, Frost, and Peters. Let the record show that I'm not calling to validate the structure of the system. I'm calling to validate that Sacramento County has racists in power that prioritize capitalism over the Black and brown lives in our communities. You, the old white people in power, need to listen to the demands of People's Budget Sacramento. This is not rocket science. Their demands are plain English, backed by research and common sense and the concerns and voices of the constituents that you serve. People's Budget demands a community advisory board with impacted people to inform and design and implement the implementation of alternative non-enforcement response to mental health and homelessness. Keyword impacted people, because it's those who are affected and harmed by your clan with badges who knows what works and what does not. 2, increase the funding for these resources to $15 million because, 15 million, because how on earth do you expect $1.5 million to fund an alternative crisis response that will take majority of law enforcement calls? How on earth do you expect $1.5 million alternative crisis response to serve 1.5 million people? Do you think 1.5 million is a lot? No, you're literally investing only $1 for every Sacramento County resident. Crumbs, absolute crumbs. 3, independent dispatch systems not connected to law enforcement that give immediate and low barrier access to services. Again, that's plain English. 4, a plan that involves MH First and the county's already existing community support teams. MH First has been out on the field since January of this year and need to be centered in this plan. And lastly, that this effort not be removed from the context, which is the national call for reinvestment of law enforcement dollars into our communities. These demands were made with love. Our love is so big for Sacramento and our community members and our neighbors that we spend hours of our days and weeks and months to understand what we need to improve Sacramento, to build more services and resources we need and making sure those are accessible. And lastly, fire NOV jail. NOV mismanaged care funds. NOV mismanaged the coronavirus relief funds that are supposed to support American families, workers, and heroic healthcare providers in the battle against the COVID-19 outbreak. And he mismanaged these funds to the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department. How many lives have been lost because of this mismanagement? How many individuals are grieving because of this mismanagement? And how many individuals were denied access to health care or denied services because of this mismanagement? Again, listen to the demands of People's Budget. This is demands from your constituents. These aren't made up demands. These are researched and thought through and made with love and informed by your constituents. So take this seriously and do your job for once. And lastly, a man was lynched on October 19th and your sheriff's department did nothing about it.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. You have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments. Caller, can you hear me?
Yeah, I just want to bring it back to bring back the context of this conversation around alternatives to 911, reminding our board as well as county executives that this is part of a national call for the investment of law enforcement dollars back into our communities. Black, Indigenous, and other people of color and people with disabilities are disproportionately harmed and killed by law enforcement every year. An estimated 50 to 75% of people killed by police annually in the U.S. have a mental illness. That's why we need real alternatives to policing that are rooted in health equity and racial justice. We need a community advisory board with impacted people to inform the design and implementation of alternative non-law enforcement response to mental health and homelessness. And you can always look to the Denver Star Community Board, for example, which includes Black, Latinx, and Muslim representatives, and of course, people with disabilities. And we shouldn't be expected, most importantly, to trust Nav Gill or his office to effectively develop this proposal in light of his ongoing mismanagement of CARES dollars, his broken trust among you and members of the public, and overall poor leadership and lack of deference when it comes to other county officials, particularly Sheriff Scott Jones, who seems to be very close friends with him, given that he is a work professional who claims not to be aligned with him or socialize with him, and yet will use his public platform to call and interfere with your personnel decision as a board of supervisors in deciding whether you fire him or keep him on. Furthermore, you also should increase the funding for these resources of alternatives to 911 beyond the $1.5 million proposal. It's been stated in public comments before on this issue that $1.5 million accounts for about 4 people in a van. We need at least the $4 million that the Board of Supervisors and Sheriff have admitted doesn't get used by the Sheriff's Department by the end of the year. Any dollars that are left over from the CARES funding that you gave to public health should immediately be invested and given back into public health. And overall, we just need an increase in funding for these sources. Furthermore, really appreciate Supervisor Kennedy's point on creating an independent dispatch systems that are not connected to law enforcement and that give immediate and low barrier access to services. The number one priority that was reflected in the recent survey data by People's Budget is community-based mental health support. And this requires an independent emergency phone number and 24/7 dispatch system so communities can feel safe to call in during crisis and not fear potential interaction with law enforcement, period. Furthermore, you also need to look to the community programs that already exist here in Sacramento. Mental Health First has been operating for over a year now, operates 3 days a week, and the county already has an existing community support teams that are, both of which are devoid of law enforcement. Behavioral Health has held 1 listening session so far with over 110 attendees and creative community-based ideas.
Can I get
Why
your
is the
concluding
county
remarks,
executive
please?
so focused on mobile crisis support teams which involve law enforcement? Furthermore,
Can I get your
why do we
concluding
keep
remarks,
trusting the
please?
word of Nav Gill and his subordinates to deliver these messages? You shouldn't be putting this in. I really can't stress it more than enough that this man needs to.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
All I have to say is fire Neb Gill. He has to go.
You have 3 minutes.
Hello?
Yeah. That's my comment.
Okay.
I'm finished. I can see my time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, this is Matthew. I want to state the need for transparent leadership and ethical leadership in Sacramento County. We really do need to strongly consider we need to fire Nav Gill. He's the man behind the curtain with all the answers, who unfortunately bottlenecks the possibilities for change, for racial equity in Sacramento County. We also need to, and one of those possibilities for change is this proposal to allocate at least $1.5 million to non-police community-based mental health response to 911 Alternative. You have the power to strengthen our social safety net for everybody. This is really actually common sense if you think about it. I wouldn't let a cop operate on me if I was having some kind of a organ failure or a heart attack or a stroke. I also wouldn't want a cop to operate on me if I was having a mental health crisis. And again, we really, really need to consider alternative systems, and it's very common sense. And the systems that we have in place have been designed to exclude people and to treat them like they are disposable, which is really heartbreaking. So again, I really ask that we need a change of leadership, and you all have the responsibility and the authority to do that, because Nav Gill is not elected, but you are elected. And we really need to address the bottlenecks that our current leadership are creating, and shift our resources from the sheriff into community-based mental health response. And we need to do that now, because people are really dying in the streets. Communities are in great, great need of safety nets, because many people don't have the kind of support that they need when they're having a crisis. And there's nowhere to turn. In the middle of the night, there's nowhere to turn. During the day, there's nowhere to turn. And we will all reap the benefits of that kind of support for people in our county, and we could be an example for the whole state and for the whole country and for the world. So we really do have an opportunity to lead right now and to create a more equitable county for everybody, so that our jails are not full of people who have simply been suffering and not received the care that they need, and instead people who are facing crisis can actually be rehabilitated and get the community care that they need, and that is something that you all should be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes your public comments.
Great, thank you. Okay, Mr. Kennedy, did you want to start us off in terms of any further deliberation comments?
No, Chair. I think that I said what needed to be said on my side, but thank you again to staff, and thanks for the callers for calling in.
Okay. I'll offer a few thoughts here. I know that this initiative started in the context of our final budget deliberations, and Mr. Kennedy, I think rightfully put forth the start of a reconsideration of a model that might better serve those that are suffering mental health crisis. And I know that the number $1.5 million was the initial figure that was put forth. But I guess one of the things that I would like to understand is any economies of scale that might apply here in terms of refinement of the number. In other words, do we actually get an opportunity to better serve those in crisis if we were to consider a different appropriation, and what would that look like? In other words, I think it's a nice way of me saying it feels like $1.5 million feels kind of arbitrary, and perhaps there's something to the comments that a number of callers offered about the need to fund over and above the initial amount of $1.5 million. I don't know that it's 10 times that, I don't know it's 5 times that, but I do think that, like we do with most other consideration of service delivery, I think we'd like to see at least maybe a spectrum of what we get for the taxpayer dollar in terms of the kind of service efficiency and efficacy that we're looking for here. Supervisor Tully?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I know hearing's gone on fairly long today, so I'll be brief. I want to thank Bruce and Ryan and others for the work thus far. I think two things come to mind just to piggyback on what you just addressed, that if I heard in response to my question earlier, that I think we need to have a full assessment of what it would take to do 24/7, what the appropriate staffing would be to meet the needs and calls for service. And obviously, if there's going to be a separate dispatch system, that to have that staffed appropriately so that the calls, one, are received promptly, but also that the dispatch is done in a way that gets help to those who are calling for it promptly. So I would concur with you that when this comes back to us in the near future, that we have that assessment, both what it would take to stand up, whatever the pilot would be, but also what it would take to, adequately staff it, provide whatever resources would need to be to address the issues for those folks that would be turning to this number and this team of folks to assist them in the crisis. The other thing is, I just wanted to reiterate that recognizing that we're still doing research, we're still doing listening sessions, and as noted, one tomorrow and maybe others, that I think community involvement in the design and outline of this is really important. Certainly to have, as I said earlier, professionals that bring their expertise, but I think that looking at a model that will best address the needs of people in our community is really important, and I think having citizen input, certainly the members of this board as representatives, but I think citizen input is very important. So I would trust, I know that Bruce, you responded to that, but I think whatever you bring to us needs to have a component, and whether it's replicated what they've done in Colorado or elsewhere, have it fit our community. I'd like to see that as a part of the consideration. And I would just suggest it may be beyond the listening sessions that as you frame this for board consideration, in the months to come, that might be even helpful beyond just listening sessions. So there may be some folks you could draw upon. We heard a lot of comments here today, but that might be helpful, I think, in helping craft whatever you ultimately bring to us here in the next couple of months. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right. That concludes our status report. I think you have enough direction. All right, good. Next item?
Your next item, you are acting as the Board of Supervisors, Sacramento County Public Facilities Financing Corporation, and the Sunrise Recreation and Park District. This is the approval of Sunrise Recreation and Park District 2020 refunding lease, not to exceed $6 million, all corresponding documents and actions.
Good afternoon, Chair Cerna and Board of Supervisors. Colin Bettis, the County Debt Officer. This proposed refinancing will provide average annual savings of $28,400 per year, totaling $512,787 in cash flow savings over 17 years. Both Dave Mitchell of the district administrator and I are available to answer any questions you may have on the report before you.
Great, thank you. Any questions?
I'll move the item.
All right, it's been moved by Supervisor Peters, seconded by Supervisor Frost. There's no further questions, and there's no public comment, I assume.
We do not have any public comments.
All right, then roll call vote, please.
Supervisors Frost? Aye. Kennedy?
Aye.
Natoli?
Aye.
Peters?
Aye.
Cerna?
Aye.
And the motion carries.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, so for your next item, you are back as the Board of Supervisors. This is to approve and authorize submission to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development of the 2021 one-year action plan for the Community Development Block Grant, Home Investment Partnerships Program, and Emergency Solutions Grant, funded projects and programs, amendment of prior year's action plans, amendment to the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency budget.
Can we get the podium to come down, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, I think so. All right. I'm going to try it with the mask on, so let me know if I need to speak up louder.
A little bit louder. Yeah, and bring the microphones in a little. There you go.
Okay. Good afternoon. Celia Iniguez with the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency. Today, I'm here to present the 2021 action plan and some amendments to the to previous years, as well as our community citizen participation plan. Madam Clerk, at some point I'm going to ask to turn off the PowerPoint and have the overhead. I had some change to one of the, I'll just let you know. Thank you. So a quick overview of the federal programs. So we have the consolidated plan and the action plan. The consolidated plan is a 5-year policy document that provides and assesses our fair housing issues and identifies fair housing goals and objectives to reduce those barriers. It also identifies housing and community development priorities that align and focus our federal funds. Those include Community Development Block Grant, Home Partnership, the Emergency Solutions Grant, and Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS. This is developed through a community process. You just approved this last year in 2019, and we do that with outreach to a variety of community groups, as well as working with a variety of public agencies. Then annually, the Board of Supervisors approves an annual action plan, which identifies projects and programs to be funded with those various funding sources. I'm going to just review and provide some highlights of what has been accomplished, and then a overview of what the action plan includes. So, as you know, we frequently regularly fund a variety of public improvements. This is Nicholas Park. We provided funding to the Recreation District to improve an existing park. For infrastructure for park districts, it's very important because their flow of new funding to renovate existing parks in built-out areas is very limited. So community development block grant is very critical for those park districts. This is Jack Davis Park. This was, they recently acquired some additional land, so they did a master plan, and this was the first phase, which is some landscaping and some play fields, play areas, excuse me. We also, of course, fund a variety of public services, critical for seniors. Meals on Wheels is ongoing funding, as well as programs for our homeless. We have some minor repair programs for homeowners, as well as a variety of emergency shelter funding. And of course, one of those is Mather Community Campus. I'm going to switch over to the So I just thought it was this slide is a little bit better because it has the figures. So these are the projects for 2021. We embarked on a planning process with the county staff. All of the department heads all came forward and provided a variety of different projects. You saw this, except for one project, in February of this year. So just a high-level overview. This includes, in District 3, improvements for Watt Avenue and Arden Way, providing funding for design and right-of-way acquisition. Empowerment Park, we funded this year, this funded to design the ADA improvements around the park at Bell and Irma Way, and this will provide funding to construct those improvements. The park is being funded through a grant that the Park Foundation received. So this is a case of, as well with the other street improvement projects, where we're leveraging other funds, which is really critical, which CDBG does very well. Then in Rio Linda, on M Street, between Rio Linda and 6th, designing at this stage, we're designing street lights for that area. Jack Davis Park, you saw earlier, this is construction continuing on that phased improvement, shade structure. We're providing funding for ADA improvements at Gibson Ranch. In the city of Isleton, the Bing Kong Tong, finishing that project up. And then the Gene Harvey Community Center roof, they have the funding, most of the funding, but just need a little bit to finish off that project.
Mr. Chair, can I get a clarification while that slides up?
Sure.
If I could, the attachment 1 that came with our material, as well as the PowerPoint, did not include the Bing Kong Tong. In fact, the attachment 1 said it was going to reprogram $50,000 from previous years with zero from 2021. So you had that in the February workshop, but your attachment 1 does not show that. And neither did the PowerPoint. In fact, the PowerPoint excluded that, even though it said 2 projects. I was going to ask about that since you got this up. This doesn't comport with what I received as far as the PowerPoint. So if you could clarify, please.
Certainly. Let me just make sure.
And if I do the math correctly, 4.45% is the $80,000. If you put in $230,000, that's a whole different number. And again, I prefaced this because I was going to make some comments, but I wanted to be clear before I.
Certainly.
Yeah.
All right. So this figure, what we do is when we do planning, we identify the new entitlement. We often and do have unused from the year before, but when we plan, because it's so early in the year, we just assume what we received from last year. And so that's what that is. If you, on page, there's no page numbers on here, and so this is reflective of what we believe will be the 2021 entitlement, so new money. Okay. In the attachment, it is, I
don't have a page number, so I can't tell you what page I'm looking at. It just says attachment 1. Yeah.
So I don't know if this will help.
And it shows agreement cities is what it shows.
Yes. So here is the 150, but it's from previous year's money, sorry.
But that's not what my attachment 1 says. I'm just giving you what came across to me. So
Okay.
again, it may have been miscommunication, but that's not what my attachment 1 to my staff report doesn't show that.
Okay.
Because February workshop, you brought that forward, and that's why I was asking the question, because, it shows 0 from 2021, and it shows 50,000 reprogrammed for this year with the under agreement cities from 2019. Yep, that's what mine shows right there.
So when we allocate, we allocate also from the new
Use
year.
the microphone, please.
We allocate from the new year as well as move around any funding from previous years. So that's what's showing in the attachment. And so your question is?
Okay, Sally, so I'm looking at what you're looking at right here up here. So it shows total funding $50,000.
It shows actually 150.
So the number,
and 100.
so the number underneath that goes with that?
Yes. So it's 150. And it's coming from,
It's reprogrammed from 2000.
It's 50 coming from a previous year, which is 2019,
Okay.
and then 100 from 2020.
Okay, so again, then I appreciate the clarification because it wasn't clear to me that this went with this
Yes.
year. Okay. Because when I look at total, then I would think that the total would be, well, it's like, it's kind of a roundabout way to get there. I see how you've got these columns, but over total funding, then I see 50, and then I see 100 in dark, but why wouldn't you show 150? I guess because you're showing the different years.
Yes, but we can work on making it more clear.
Okay. So while I got this, then since you got it up, then but with the agreement cities, that there's a certain amount allocated. So this is where there's a kind of a rotating entitlement to the cities. So is that the cycle this is in, or this is over and above what the city of Ileton would receive?
This is over and above. Their allocation, as I recall, is about $10,000 annually, what they would receive proportionally.
But I thought there was agreement between Folsom, Ileton, and Galt, maybe Galt and Ileton more recently, where in order so they could capture some of the bigger infrastructure projects, whatever those might be, bigger in the sense as a couple $100,000, that there was a kind of rotation back and forth in that, recognizing that the dollars generated since the loss of redevelopment dollars and so forth is very nominal. Is that still how that works?
Yes. So what it is, it's what can be allocated. It's not necessarily only to the city, but to that jurisdiction. So because
that's what I meant, the jurisdiction,
yes,
within the corporate city.
Yes.
Yeah.
In this case, as you know, Bing Kong Kong SHRA is actually implementing it. But in the future, we'll provide funding to the city of Ileton, so we can do that.
For projects that they would identify that
Yes.
could be infrastructure or others. I know you've put a significant investment in Big Kong Tong, and again, it's
yes.
Yeah, I understand that, but okay, well, you clarify for me because again, I read this over a couple times and I was not seeing 150. In fact, I didn't see it on again, my PowerPoint didn't have that on Bing Kong Tong on there either, so I just assumed that maybe something else had happened. So
yes, well, I know the iteration of this table is it's difficult at best, so we'll continue to refine that to make it better.
Okay. I understand. It's there as you said it was. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions on the table? And so we will also continue to provide funding for various programs, which I talked about earlier. CDBG, some to the home repair program and the minor repair program that Rebuilding Together implements. Of course, funding to the multifamily program, which is administered from SHRA as well. Through Emergency Solutions Grant, funding for rapid rehousing and shelters, and home, also to the multifamily acquisition and rehab program. And then in CDBG, we also fund fair housing activities as well. And finally, other continuing ongoing funding for seniors and homeless through CDBG, Meals on Wheels, and shelter, emergency shelter funding. So as you're aware, we take a snapshot over time. This will be over a 5-year period of the consolidated plan. How we are spending according to the districts. HUD does not require that we follow this. You as the board can allocate it wherever, but we provide this so that you get an idea of how things are spent by district. There are, so it includes the low mod population percentage, then how, by the projects, how it's allocated, that percentage breakout, and then the number of projects as well.
Celia? Mm-hmm. Do you have a cumulative table that shows more than just 2 years?
I have, let me just see if I've got it from previous years.
That basically is the same values in those columns. So let's say over the last 10 years, you can see what the allocated percent is.
Yeah, that should be in your table going forward so you can keep track of it.
So
right, but I want to know what it looked like in the past too.
Oh, I agree.
So what we the way we've been looking at it is during the life of the consolidated plan. Mm-hmm. So I have a table that you saw in February.
So it's a 5 year
for the 2013 to 2019. So I can show that.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Could you send me a copy of that after the meeting? Yeah, thank you.
Certainly.
Need a copy of all of the material that was presented today that wasn't included.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's helpful because I think it tells more of a story than just looking at the 2021 allocated percents. If a constituent of District 1, for instance, was watching and they simply saw this, they might, assume that somehow we're getting shortchanged. But then if you look back at a longer period of time, you can, make a different conclusion.
Yes. All right. So that concludes my presentation, and of course, I'm available for any questions you may have.
Okay. Let's, as radio talk show hosts do, let's go to the phones. Supervisor Kennedy, are you there?
I am. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one question of SHRA staff, and that, statewide, we have looked at ADUs as a inexpensive, relatively speaking, form of housing that, while it's not going to serve our housing shortage, it's not going to solve it entirely. It's no silver bullet, but it can play a role in bringing us up to greater numbers on housing. However, it's very difficult for people, almost impossible, to get financing for ADUs. Has SHRA ever looked at that or is working with or talking to financial institutions to see if we can make financing for ADUs more accessible?
I don't believe we have. I don't work in the housing part, but we can certainly check in and get back to you on that.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for staff? Supervisor Tolley?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'm going to just follow on to some comments I made in February and express some, I guess, disappointment that following our discussion in February, not only about allocations, but about funding and piggybacking, I think, on what was, not think, but what's in the staff report relative to promoting citizen participation and development of local priority needs. Certainly the one-year action plans are presented before us today. And then consultation with public and private agencies to identify needs and appropriate actions required to address their needs. I had sent a fairly detailed letter expressing some thoughts and ideas with attachments that included a number of community organizations as well as public agencies, including small fire districts, the public libraries, our parks and recreation, which are county service areas in a couple of the areas that are in low, moderate income. I'd also sent community organizations, town councils, and with the suggestion that we take at least into consideration in developing the plan. And again, I will just say that I don't necessarily concur that it has to always be supporting large infrastructure projects. And I appreciate the fact that Gene Harvey School, and commend Bruce and certainly Lachelle working to identify funding with Liz Bellis in parks. But the $80,000 is going to go as the match, as explained, for dollars received through another funding source, which is all well and fine. But I guess where I'm going to express disappointment is that my expectation was, again, COVID or not, that there'd be some outreach that would be done. And again, I directed to the county executive. Obviously, Lachelle has a role in this as the agency, but there are any number of small items that are important to the folks in low, moderate communities in the Delta in particular, but there's some in the areas that are in the Galt community as well, where they're not going to, in sum total, you might get to a few $100,000. And certainly historically, I'm not, I recognize that obviously there have been a number of projects that have been funded in District 5, but there was an exclusion for Delta communities because of the way the census was conducted. And so there were several years there when those communities couldn't even compete because unless there was an accessibility project, ADA project, and again, the SHR had worked with in the city of Alton on a project there. But beyond that, they weren't able to. And it was erroneous information, and again, the agency worked to reestablish eligibility, which came about in 2018-19. And so my expectation was at a minimum, not that necessarily anybody was going to get funded, that we would get a list developed and that we would have that available so that at least gets on somebody's list for future. And I mentioned this to Mr. Gill yesterday. And so now we're into this year, we have the recommendation, and that's what's before us. But none of those projects really have surfaced. We didn't do any outreach that I'm aware of. And again, I don't think it was a big ask, recognizing there are a lot of competing time commitments and so forth, but I put it in writing. I took the time to put the list together. I gave contact folks in the community, expressed my willingness to assist, and here we are today with basically the same list that we had in February when we had that conversation. And that's why I want to express my disappointment, because I am disappointed. And I, again, for all the good that's going to come out of the money, the $2 million plus in the block grant program, that's great. But I also have a responsibility, just as we all do, to areas that are low and moderate income and have been on the list for many years and for decades, to express the concerns that they be able to at least compete. Now, we've got the small projects component here, but last year some of those competed, and guess who got funded? 2 park districts. Well, we've got organizations and agencies that are small, that may have a recording secretary, may not have the staff to, compete in a competitive fashion that would allow them to rise to the occasion to qualify for some needed infrastructure or needed capital items in those communities. And again, I really want to stress it because, again, we have a recommendation, I get that, and these are other necessary projects and important projects in communities throughout the county unincorporated area. But the fact that this basically didn't get attended to is of concern to me. I will be, again, when we come back in February again, I'm going to be giving you the same list with the update. I'm going to ask that the outreach be done, and if nothing else, we can have a list of what some of those needs are. If they don't get funded, they don't get funded. This is a relationship here between this board members.
Supervisor Natoli, on that point, our apologies for that, but what we are going to do before we come back, working with Lachelle and Bruce, the list that you have, we are going to reach out to them before we come back to you in February, have the conversation what other projects. They did not get on this list, but those projects exist. When we come back in February, we will have those projects in front of you and anything else we need to.
Yeah, and there may be other supervisors. Again, this is a iterative process, but that was my attempt to, I think, at least get the opportunity to surface some of those things. And, I can tell you things that I think may be important in those communities, but this was the outreach. And I think that's what the law prescribes.
I think we are going to do the outreach.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other comments or questions for staff?
I'll move the item.
Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Peters, second by Supervisor Frost. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to speak?
We do not.
Okay, all right, roll call vote, please.
Supervisors Frost? Kennedy?
Aye.
Natoli?
Aye.
Peters?
Aye.
Cerna?
Aye.
And unanimous vote.
All right, very good.
You have your nominations, item 46.
Okay.
I do need a copy of those records, please. Could you leave copies with my staff back there? Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, item 46 are your nominations.
Yep.
You are continuing to November 17th, the Sacramento County Environmental Commission. You're continuing to December 15th, the Antelope Community Planning Advisory Council, Cemetery Advisory Commission, Casumnas Area Community Planning Advisory Council, In-Home Supportive Services Advisory Committee, Local Child Care Planning and Development Council, North Highlands Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, the Orangeville Community Planning Advisory Council, and the Sacramento County Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board. And for your matters today, for the Adult and Aging Commission.
Chiefs recommend continuing the item till December 8th.
Okay. For your Cordova Community Planning Advisory Council, District 3 is continuing to November 17th. And Supervisor Natoli?
Yes, November 17th, please. November 17th.
Okay, got it.
Well, actually, you can do to December. I think December 8th.
You want to continue to December 8th?
Yeah,
okay, noted. Okay, and then we have the Delta Citizens Municipal Advisory Council. Mr. Natoli?
December 8th.
Okay. Galt Arno Cemetery District.
December 8th, please.
Lock Management Association, Mr. Cerna.
All right, Chiefs are recommending nominating Diane Wadsworth Woolley to the Historic Preservation Organization seat and continue the remainder to December 8th, please.
Thank you. And then we have the Sacramento County Mental Health Board. Supervisor Peters is continuing to December 8th. Supervisor Frost?
Continue to December 8th, please.
Okay. And then your last one is the Vineyard Area Community Planning Advisory Council. Supervisor Natoli?
Yeah, I would place nomination for Paul Sylvester and continue the remainder till December 8th.
That concludes your nominations, and you do not have any public comments for nominations at this time.
Okay. And we have no one in the queue on off agenda or anything.
No, you took off agenda earlier this morning, and so that's closed.
All right, very good. All right, CEO comments?
No comment.
Comments from members of the board. Supervisor Kenny, any comments?
I just want to say thank you to the chair and to Flo and your staff for making this happen and giving me the ability to meet remotely. I figured I was trying to play it as safe as possible and flirting with a cold and didn't think that was something I needed to share. But having the ability to have the meeting and participate from my basement in Hollywood Hills has been a real
Thank you.
We have a closed session.
No, I know. We do have a closed session. Before we go to Supervisor Frost, I just want to wish everyone a happy election day. And if you haven't already voted, please exercise your right if you are eligible and registered to vote and partake in our democratic process today. It's an important day for all of us, for the entire country, at the local, state, and national levels. With that, Supervisor Frost.
Thank you, Chair Cerna. I just wanted to, it's come to my attention that this Friday is Britt Ferguson's last day as our Chief Fiscal Officer, and I just wanted to thank Britt for all that he's done. I remember when I was running for county supervisor, I met with Britt before I was elected, and he was willing to sit down with me and help me understand the intricacies of the county budget. And I've always felt that when you follow the money, you learn a lot about an organization or a person. And Britt was so supportive after I got elected. He helped me understand the CAFRs and took time to spent a lot of time with a couple important things like the Orangeville Library. He was an important part of helping bring that to that enlarged library to fruition. Britt, I know, has been with the county for a long time, and he's, I think we should call him Merlin the Magician, because he's actually legendary when it comes, and he's kind of like a wizard when it comes to figuring out how to find money for those budget priorities, and it's not easy. We all have different priorities, and we've had challenges since I came on board in 2017. So Britt, thank you so much. You're not here today to hear this, and we don't get to have a party because of COVID, but I wanted to thank you so much for your contribution to Sacramento County, for your mentorship of me, the new supervisor in 2017, and may God bless you richly in your and your family as you embark on the next chapter of your life with retirement. Thank you. Oh, and I also wanted to say today's election day, so don't forget to go vote. Thank you.
All right. Okay, if there's no further business before this board, we will adjourn to closed session.